what a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Double top for the win. Double top for the win for Danny Van Trijp. His top's going to relight his fire. That tub plus finish. Double 5. Excellent from Raymond Smith. So 101 for Carolissen to get the job done. He's going to get a match start at double top. And he's going to get double top. It's the final day's worth of action here in Group A, and it is a three-way tie at the top of the table. There's going to be drama from the very first to the very last start. So welcome along to the Live Lounge, welcome along to Portsmouth, and welcome along to Pluto TV. Yeah, 3 players cannot be split at the top of the Group A table going into the final day of it. Cameron Carolissen, Danny Van Trijp and Raymond Smith all have 14 points to their name, and the 4th place player, Graham Jenkins, well, he's only 2 points behind himself. It really could be a battle towards the end, and the battle lines have been drawn. Scott Mitchell is with me in the studio today to talk about all the action. Look, 3 players tied at the top of the table. This is pretty much guaranteed to go all the way, isn't it?
You would think so, but early doors, they all meet each other. The first 4 or 5 games could be absolute carnage in this today, and it's all in the early games as well. So there could be a bit of tense, nervous headache going on between the players.
Well, this is how the table looks overnight. Cameron Carolissen on 14 points alongside Raymond Smith and Danny Van Trijp. Graham Jenkins on 12 points in 4th position. So just a couple off the top places. Davies and Riihonen are at the bottom of the table, and they are cut adrift. Cameron Carolissen's top of the table, and we've been really impressed, haven't we, all week long with what the South African has provided us.
Yeah, really, really positive he's been since he's been here. He's very patriotic about what he's doing. He's here for his country. He's here for himself. And he's just turning up and doing what he needs to do. He seems very focused, and yeah, I wonder whether today is going to be a big day for him, because if he gets it right, it'll be a stepping stone in his career, without doubt.
Raymond Smith in 2nd position. Now, we said yesterday that if he plays better than he did yesterday, or plays to a similar level he did yesterday, he'll get similar joy. He played better yesterday, didn't he? Yeah,
he was one of the only ones that actually raised their average yesterday. Most dropped in all aspects of their game. But Ray Smith didn't. He was the one that upped it, got 4 out of 4. If you take those 2 first games out on Monday morning, he'd be top of the averages so far.
In terms of Danny Van Trijp, I suppose credit has to go where credit's due that he's in the position he's in, but has it felt a little bit patchy at times for him so far this week?
I think he's been very feast and famine. At times he's got himself out of it with a big shot here and there. His doubling on the first day was absolutely atrocious. He's had to sort that out. But yeah, we haven't really seen more than a B or B plus game any prolonged period.
So let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about the action. Only 4 players can win the group. 3 of them are tied on 14 points. So I suppose it's a take your pick kind of day, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it is. It's where you feel there's value. I mean, even Graham Jenkins is down there at value. He plays the first game against Davies. He wins that. He goes level with the top boys, and then they're all staring each other in the face.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Now, later on today, we're going to announce the final team that are going to be playing at international pairs. Danny Van Trijp is the defending champion for the Netherlands alongside Jimmy Van Schie. Tickets are still available, and this is a flavour of what went down last time. Double 10, and Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Schie, and Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard alive now, because Steve West is embracing it. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
Yeah, Danny van Trijp alongside Jimmy van Schie looking to retain the title. We'll tell you the identity of the final nation a little bit later on today. That's how you can be here for the second edition. Now, there is a little bit of a bonus when it comes to that night, because there's going to be an audience with Adrian Lewis prior to that night getting underway. Phil Taylor's also going to be in attendance. £35 the ticket price for that, but you get a Q&A with 2 people with 18 world titles between them and a night of darts mixed in. So, to today's action, which is in a rather more quieter surrounding behind closed doors on this Wednesday morning as per. And we kick off with a meeting between David Davies in 5th position in the table and Graham Jenkins, who begins the day in 4th place. I can actually tell you these two spent a fair bit of time warming up with one another this morning, have acquainted themselves quite well. David, the 40-year-old from Denbigh in Wales, a twice-weekly winner, looking to make it through to a 3rd Champions Week this time around, up against Graham, the 42-year-old from Ledbury, son of the great bull, Terry Jenkins, making his debut in this competition. And actually, we were pre-recording a link this morning, and Graham was having a chuck on stage, and to greet us, not a salute, not a wave, but the synonymous bull impression that Terry used to do during his walk-ons. Owen Binks, Colchester-based referee.
First leg, it's David to throw first.
Is going to get us underway on this Wednesday morning. It's going to be David Davies who throws the first dart. Now, he could be the spoiler of the lot, couldn't he, Scott? Because you look at his numbers, he hasn't played bad 62 so far, but he has had no rub of the green, has he?
No, he has a massive opportunity to be the fox in the hen house today. The other 4 will be
44.
Kind of concentrating on each other, and maybe Davies can go under the radar here today. And even the stuff that he showed, even when he lost his way yesterday for a couple of games,
100.
he still showed enough that he could go 5 out of 5 today in this group without a problem, and cause a massive problem to those top
85.
3 or 4. But the way that the fixtures go here with Van Trijp and Carolissen playing each other next game, we could have movement early doors here.
Yeah, a lot could happen in the first few games. As you said, the first 5 games sees a lot of meetings between players, and amongst that
93. Pack
of players that are looking to win this particular group. In terms of David's day yesterday, 86.32 the average. It was the doubling that let him down. 10 from 39 in terms of his doubles. 25% his finishing stats for day 2. That was despite also then having 3 ton plus checkouts.
80.
But you also get the sense that if he plays around that level and his doubling improves just a little bit when he comes to Group C, and you look at some of the clientele and the opposition there. It's still very strong, but you'd sense that he'll probably get maybe the odd more opportunity here or there. He might just get a little bit more joy. You wouldn't discount his Saturday chances, put it that way, and you're definitely not going to discount his chances in this leg. First to a finish.
No, agreed. Totally agree.
We're going to kick the day off with a ton plus checkout just underneath.
$140.
Well, a double 10 under 20. Severe pressure now from Jenkins.
So 2 10s and now double 5 for Die. Well, that's been the Achilles heel this week, and Jenkins has an opportunity to pounce and to get an early break if he can find double 8.
60.
Well, you get the sense this game is pretty much all or nothing for Graham. Wins it, he puts himself back into play to win the group. Loses this match, then you're probably going to discount his chances, particularly because someone will be guaranteed to move on to 16 points in this round.
Yeah, very much so. He's in that position.
10.
And
Graham, you require
Davies here.
Game shot on the first
offering
leg.
up a second opportunity for Jenkins.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
I had a chat with Graham earlier and had a little look at his darts, and he said to me, you said my points were long. He said they're only a standard point. And I looked at them, and they are. They're only about a 30 mil point. I don't know why they look, whether it's because he's got a short bulbous barrel making the point look longer. They're just a standard point. And I said to him, they're a special point. He said, no, I do these myself. So he's the little sort of scriptures and things on the end of the points he does himself with a little angle grinder or Dremel type device. So he buys them plain and does them himself. And you'll find a lot of players will tinker with setups. And they will tinker with varying things.
$100.
You know, Simon Whitlock's a big tinkerer with points and making his own, from Allen keys to chainsaw files to anything that he can get to fit in that 2.3 millimetre hole in his darts.
60. Graham, you have 160.
Yeah, Simon's down under at the minute for the World Series events. I think it's Wollongong, isn't it, this weekend?
64.
That's easy for you to say.
Luckily, there's more W's than R's.
That's what I was thinking.
$96. Graham, you require
so Jenkins looking at a ton here to open up a 2-0 lead. He was all fortuitous to win the first leg, with David having missed 6 starts and a double, but he's absolutely dominated the exchanges in this second. And as a consequence, looks as if he's beginning to really stamp his authority all over this contest.
60. Graham, you require 40. No score.
Has time, but maybe that's why he went at that double in a certain way. This is, as you said earlier, this is massive match for Jenkins. It's kind of a must-win, otherwise he's running out of games to catch the top ones.
Game shot on the second leg, Graham Jenkins.
Disappointed with himself, shaking his head, bit negative. Shouldn't be like that when you're 2-0 up. You've got to put that behind you now.
Game on.
Which is ironic when you consider his nickname is Smiler.
Have you ever known an antiques dealer that doesn't smile?
180.
Put it this way, not as much fake tan as David Dickinson.
Absolutely not. I did actually sell one of my cars back in the days with an antiques dealer who turned up, pulled the handbrake up and snapped the handbrake while he was looking over the car. I said, you better buy that now, wouldn't you? And he did.
The valuation must have gone down, mind.
No, it went up because he kind of, I didn't change it. He broke the handbrake. Fair and simple. So I made him buy it.
You break it, you pay for it.
You bend it, you mend it. Simple as that.
85. $59. David, if require 136.
So 136 for Davies to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. And perhaps it'd be ironic after all the misses he's had on the outer ring in this game that he's going to take a finish of that size out. Does leave himself tops after 12. Much improved leg on throw.
134. David, you require 40.
Double 10.
No
Just
score.
goes low and goes low
Graham,
into
you
the
require
double 15.
130.
That's the third time we've seen him do that this week. Pull that dart into the double 15.
91. David, you require 40. Game shown the third leg.
The tops is found
David
eventually, and David Davies is on the board eventually. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on. $140. $58. $100.
Good start here to leg 4 for Jenkins on his throw.
$60.
Just when you thought David Davies might be coming back into it with the momentum of leg 3.
$84.
Well, Graham just beginning to put his foot back on the throttle again. It's been very much an in and out
99.
performance so far from David.
$83. $135. Graham, you require 94.
Double top, and now down for double 10.
84. David, you require 149.
Well, the 149 isn't going to go to square the contest up at 2-2. So Jenkins is going to have a look at this double
57.
5 to
Graham, you require
open up
10.
a 2-leg gap in this contest.
Game shown the fourth leg.
Yeah,
Graham
sensible from Jenkins. That the first start, nothing silly. Use it as a
Fifth leg,
range
it's
and
David
then
to throw first.
go at it
Game
with your
on.
next 2. Back yourself. Like that move. 3-1 up. He knew this was an important game. We spoke about this earlier. I went down. My lovely wife bought us, made some cake today, so I brought it in for the staff, and a couple of the guys had a piece of cake. Took it round for the players as well.
Yeah, I've got that
135.
cake stood next to me. It's not stood next to me. Sat next to me is probably the better phrase. And I cannot wait to have that with a nice cup of coffee in and around lunchtime.
96. $99.
The younger generation thought that nice chocolate cake with icing was a great breakfast. Maybe an older person would leave it till lunchtime, or a younger person with an older head on their shoulders. Who knows, Henry?
60.
Yeah, that nice cup of coffee. I think that will see me through the day quite nicely. That and 15 games of darts. What else could you possibly want?
140.
You couldn't want any more. You couldn't want for any more, and Jenkins couldn't have wanted for any more there. A 140 has turned this leg on its head a little. And once again, Davies, it's not a particularly bad dart when you hit a treble 1 that
Graham,
close to the treble 20.
127.
Jenkins has turned the throw. Treble 19 here. Bullseye.
102.
That would have been a way to
David,
win
you
the
require
first
128.
match of the day.
And it would have helped his leg difference as well. But he's going to get a couple more darts to wrap this game up by a 4-1 scoreline. Double 8 it is.
17.
And either that
David,
or fours will
require
correlate for him.
89.
Slightly overthinking it at the moment. Jenkins, isn't he, at the finish line?
$73. Graham, you require
Again, last
8.
dart pulled low by Davies. That one's in the way.
4.
Oh dear.
David, you
Oh
require
dear, I think we're
16.
seeing how important this match is to Jenkins.
Well, there's been a lot of missed darts in this game. Jenkins 3 from 18. David now 1 from 13 on the outer ring.
This would hurt.
No score.
Once again, slightly the
Graham,
wrong
you require
side.
4.
Just not happening so far this week for David Davies. But for Graham Jenkins, that's a big first win of the day. A 4-1 success over David Davies. Puts him level on points with the other players in the top 3. It now means there's a full-way tie at the top of the league table. That's the tail of the tape from our opening game of the session. Coming up after the break is Cameron Carolissen up against Danny van Trijp. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Graham Jenkins got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 1. Game number 2 of the day is a big meeting between Cameron Carolissen and Danny van Trijp. For the winner of this game, they will move on to 16 points and they will wrestle the early ascendancy in the league standings ahead of Raymond Smith's match against Per Riihonen in match number 3 of the day. Well, looks like Danny's having a good old conversation with both Cameron and Owen Pinks, the referee. Let's find out a little bit more about the players. Cameron, the 29-year-old from Strandfontein in South Africa, up against Danny, the 28-year-old from Etten-Leur in the Netherlands. Former weekly runner-up in his previous appearance here. Lost out to Shane McGurk in the final of that particular week, and he could join Shane McGurk at Champions Week if he was able to book the final ticket through come the end of play on Saturday night. Cameron looking to become the second South African to qualify through and be the second in successive series after Devon Peterson's prevalence in the previous series. And we've really liked what we've seen from Cameron. In particular, his doubling so far this week has been exemplary.
59.
42% on Monday, 41% yesterday. You give him an opportunity, he pretty much takes it out and puts you away, doesn't he, Scott?
Yeah, very much so. And he's been the one that's impressed. Yes, he had
60.
The know-how. Yes, he played at Ali Pali a couple of times, and we've had a couple of World Cups out of him. But
80.
this place is a slightly different place to play. So to come in here like he has and play like he has off the bat, very impressive indeed. But I like his focus. I like the fact that his concentration is so good. And yeah, he throws every dart like he means it. He never throws darts away. You never see him being too upset over a dart.
37.
And he's got the darts here in this match, and it's a very important match here, early doors. And I think we'll see how this one goes. If he doesn't quite win it, and he had the darts, I think he could be a little bit disappointed with himself, just from what I've seen of him
59.
over the last couple of days. But up to now, got to say, Carolissen, very impressive.
Well, in fact, Trijp, who's got off to the better start of the pair, leaving himself on the big fish
93.
after just a dozen darts to the board, looking to get it to break a throw, which he needs at some point in this contest. But he couldn't back up or follow up
70.
dart one. If anything, he's drifted wide into the 5 try. Still leaves himself on 3 figures should he come back. But Carolissen unable to take out the 148, and so Van Trijp will be back for the ton to get that elusive break, as we say, to take a 1-0 lead. Tops it is.
Game
Double 10 is found.
Leg.
There's been one issue for Danny Van
Trijp.
Trijp this week. It has been his doubling, but he's taken out the ton there for the first 3-figure finish of Wednesday's play.
81.
Danny resides from Etten-Leur in the Netherlands. Town, which actually is a combination of 2 villages.
140.
Which is why the name is conjoined. Located in
125.
North Brabant, which is a province in the south of the Netherlands. And here's a fun fact for you, Scott.
180.
As Cameron Carolissen piles in the first max of this match. Etten-Leur, where
125.
Danny Van Trijp resides from, is actually the same town that Vincent van Gogh opened his first art studio. And his career as an artist actually began there.
165. Danny, 170.
Cameron Carolissen has left himself on a 10 darter. And he almost didn't have a look because Van Trijp was threatening the fish.
Coming to require 16.
That would have been the biggest of all fishes if he'd have took that.
Eight. Danny require.
I just wonder
25.
whether that 170 attempt just rattled the cage of Carolissen a little bit, just set him off balance a little bit. Van Trijp double 4-1 in hand.
21. Cameron require.
Fluffs his lines there. That was an
8.
opportunity. Surely Carolissen doesn't miss this.
Game
No,
show the
he
second
doesn't.
leg. Cameron Carolissen. Third leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on. 100. $123.
It's a town that's very famous as well for its windmills.
45.
Isn't every town in Holland known for its windmills?
There's some famous windmills there. Just having a look at some of the other interesting things
60.
about it. So actually, Ed and Lure, as I say, were two different towns. It was only in the 1950s that both of them conjoined together. The Dutch government decided to encourage population growth
140.
and industrial development. As a result of this development, both towns have grown towards each other and merged into one, giving the name Etten-Leur. Has a population of just under 44,000.
60. $138. $100. Danny require 40.
Well, for the third break of throw in 3 legs,
Game show on the
Van
third
Trijp
leg.
takes
Danny Van
double
Trijp.
10 to go 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Danny
Now
to throw
has the
first.
darts.
Game on.
$195.
140.
Straight out the traps today is Danny Van Trijp. And this might be where his experience might just begin to come into play here. For Cameron, it's still his debut in this competition. Danny's getting used to this format again now, and I just wonder whether that could be a distinct advantage today.
Yeah, it could well be.
59.
Troublous visit there. Lets Van Trijp get away again, and he's taking full advantage of that.
99.
I'll tell you what, every single leg, Danny Van Trijp is leaving himself there or thereabouts after 3 visits to the board. Yet again, in a decent position, leaving 1-2-2 after 9 this time. And he's got 6 darts here, which is why he elected to go around the centre of the board first.
82.
And he's going to leave himself tops after 12 to open up a 2-leg gap.
$58. Danny require 40.
So Van Trijp for the first hole to throw in this match so far.
30.
Left himself that dodgy double 5. I'm sure he'll come back and 2 that up. Carolissen here wants to leave something handy. We're looking for another one of those. Oh, and gets it.
Danny require.
Now it has a different flavour.
Game shot on the fourth
No,
leg.
it doesn't.
Danny Van
No
Trijp.
such problem for Van Trijp. Positive mindset.
Fifth leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
Oh, how you'd love to be a fly on the wall in the practice room right now.
60.
Danny Van Trijp moves on to 16. Raymond Smith will then be forced out to bat against Riihonen.
135. $140.
You feel here at the moment the momentum's with Van Trijp, but
41.
Carolissen here can have another treble visit. A double treble visit even.
100.
Yeah, that sees him handy.
Jesse, if you got moments, please.
180.
None at all. Has to leave himself under a ton here, you feel. Oh, this is tidy.
139.
Super tidy from
145.
Carolissen.
Well, they try to take the 5 of the 145.
26. Cameron requires 62.
Bit of a mess of a visit, that. I suppose if there's any saving grace, it is a leg on the Carolissen throw, but he would be forced to serve it out in the next if the South African can find double 16.
46.
And because of the mess he made
119.
with the previous visit, he's still left in 3-figure range, but he's going to get a match start. So the bullseye
83.
isn't begging.
Cameron requires 60.
Has a tidy miss, leaving 36 though. Big dart in the day's play.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
We go
Cameron
on.
Carolissen. Sixth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
He knows though he's got to break.
$100. $100.
I've been thinking about Cam.
121.
And just some of the possibilities that could be on the horizon for him between now and the end of the year, and just looking at the numbers and looking at some of the things he could do. And
134.
I think he comes back off this trip, irrespective of his end result, maybe a better player than
70.
he was when he turned up here on Monday. And he was a good player when he turned up on Monday. I think this will be a very invaluable experience for him.
100. $100. Cameron require 167.
Well, he's left himself a shot. After 9, he couldn't have asked for anything more from himself. Now he needs a big treble.
59.
And it hasn't happened. So advantage Van Trijp here.
62. Cameron require 108.
Which way does he go? Does he go 19s? And you have to hit the big 19. Now he's left nothing.
76. Danny require 40.
And he's now teed up an opportunity for Danny Van Trijp to take this game out. Double 10.
Game
puts him on to 16 points and puts him into
Danny
pole
Van
position. It was
Trijp.
10-3 on with the bookies before a dart was thrown to win the group. But Danny Van Trijp will move to the top of it. Raymond Smith, of course, will have the opportunity to draw level on points in the next game, but it's a perfect start for the Dutchman. For Cameron Carolissen, the javelin, well, it now leaves him a little bit behind the 8 ball, but really good performance from Danny. Really good numbers, 93.66 yards, despite missing those darts at double. Next up, Riihonen and Raymond Smith.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Danny Van Trijp got the better of Cameron Carolissen by 4-2 in the second match of the session. Game 3, a meeting between Riihonen and Raymond Smith. The 56-year-old from Solna in Sweden, up against the 45-year-old Raymond Smith, the Aussie from Brisbane, the Series 2 champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the lineal champion, returning for the first time since winning the title. And with a win here, will move himself to the top of the pile in this Group A, following that defeat for Cameron Carolissen, and because of his better legs difference
First leg, it's paired to throw
over
first.
Danny Van Trijp.
Game on.
Although, of course, the pair will meet slightly later on today. In fact, if it goes down to it,
125.
Raymond Smith takes on Danny Van Trijp in the first game of the final round of fixtures. How important that could be, we'll find out in due course. But there is a possibility that At this early stage, Scott, they could be the two that
140.
set themselves apart from the rest of the pack if Raymond can win this one against Pear.
Yeah, we did say that top of the show, early doors, there was going to be
85.
movement. And Raymond is one of those players that will have known that before he comes to the board. Now it's all about how does that affect him in this game.
100. $100.
It's a sign to me that Ray knows the job in hand. Trying to break Riihonen nice and early.
45. Raymond to require 81.
Potential 11 darter incoming here for Ray. Be some way to kick off the day. As a glance over at the scoreboard. And will chase the bull. But just
50.
loses lining length with that last dart.
If he'd have laid up there, you could have understood that because
45.
Riihonen's highest shot this week is 116. And 146 is one of those where you need two trebles, so you could have understood if he'd have laid up.
Shot on the first leg.
But it's gone his way in the end anyhow. Or as they would say in Yorkshire, any roared up.
Game on.
Now, I spoke to Ray earlier about darts and playing in Australia, and he was telling me that the difference in air quality and the further north
60.
in the country you go, it could be a bit colder, so the darts fly different. So he drops down a gram from a 22 to a 21.
135.
Because it flies through the air differently. And I was thinking, maybe that's why I've never won anything in Scotland. Bit colder up there, isn't it? Than it is where we are here.
It's an incredible thing to think, because it's not really something that we really explored too much. Now, I know there's certain other conditions, like if you go to a slightly more tropical part of the world, the balls can be a little
60.
bit harder. Or if you go to Dubai, we've seen the balls get a little bit harder. And when you play outdoors, obviously you've got a further harder way to dart. But it's not really something that we've spoken about too much on a mainstream basis here, at least, anyway.
100.
And while we were talking about that, then Carolissen came up and said exactly the same down south in South Africa where he plays.
59.
He has the same thing. If he then goes to, say, Kenya to play in a qualifier, he has to change his setup a little bit because of the same reason. Because it's a bit cooler, and you wouldn't have Kenya down as a cooler country when you're from here, would you?
100.
So what must he think of over here in the winter? He must have to change everything.
Must hate it. 180 for Raymond, his second of the game, averaging 102 here. And is
83.
really
Raymond,
shut
you
Pear
require
out the
80.
game. Haven't really had the chance to talk about him yet, because this man is just doing everything right now.
Yeah, since a couple of games in on Monday, I really do think that Ray's had his eye
60.
on the prize.
Pear, you require 100.
Which is top in Group A. And let's not forget there's monetary value in whatever position you finish in this group. So
42.
everybody's
Raymond, you
always
require
going
20.
for it right till the very last game.
Game shot on the second leg.
Double 10 is found by
Smith.
Raymond Smith to open up a 2-0 lead in the contest.
Third leg, it's Pear to throw first. Game on.
22 darts for the first couple of legs.
$81. $100.
Here's the potential of 2 champions, of course, making it through to Champions Week. If Raymond makes it through on Saturday, he'll join
30.
the Series 6 champion, Scott Taylor, into the big night, the big dance in Portsmouth. Or the big week, shall I say, anyway.
100.
Only one player has won this tournament on more than one occasion. It was actually a year ago yesterday that Luke Littler picked up his second consecutive Super Series title, getting the beating of Colin Osborne in the final.
$125.
Tough tournament to win once, and Scott and Andreas have knocked on the door previously in terms of trying to
100.
win it for a second time. Raymond would be hoping to be able to do something similar himself, and he'd be hoping to be playing here once again next week. I mean, there could be the scenario where he plays his son in the final.
83. Pay you require 150.
Yeah, and Kai's more than capable of that too, so...
$21. Raymond, you require 93.
Topped his fairway iron into the green there, didn't he, pair? Smith hasn't got such problems.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
chipped in from the
Raymond
bunker.
Smith.
Lovely finish from him. He goes 3-0 up, now has the
It's
darts.
Raymond to throw first.
Has commanded this game from start to finish, hasn't he?
Absolute professional job so far from Raymond Smith. 14 darter to get the double break, and now he has the darts in his hand to not just win this match, but perhaps importantly win this game
57.
by a handsome scoreline. Could potentially move on to plus 14 legs difference. Van Trijp is on plus
100.
8. If he can carry on chipping away decent wins, then if it was to go down to the final round, then Raymond may possibly
60.
need legs in that particular match against Danny Van Trijp, depending on where the land lies because of his superiority in the legs difference stakes. Long way to go and a lot of darts to be
60.
thrown, to be fair, until we reach game 13 after 1 o'clock. With you until 2:30 this afternoon.
180.
That's Smith's third 180 of this match. And just to put that in perspective, on Monday, he only hit 3 in 5 matches. So we keep saying that Ray's playing his way into the week. That's just a little sign of it.
$100.
I say, such has been the dominance of this performance from Raymond. We haven't even spoken about pair in this contest. And it could be a job well done here if he can find the 104 for the perfect start. A perfect performance which sends an instant statement. A 4-0 win for Raymond Smith, an average of 98.5. 14 darter followed by 15 darter to finish the game off. A really good display from the lineal champion, who is looking to return to the big week. The first step is to qualify through to Saturday, and he's done himself a big favour in doing so. Coming up after the break, Graham Jenkins and Cameron Carolissen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round's worth of action. So far, wins for Graham Jenkins, Danny Van Trijp. Before the break, Raymond Smith with a 4-0 win over Per Riihonen, an average of 98.5. 3 180s, 50% on his doubles. Finished the match off as well with a 104 checkout. He moves to the top of the table. Him and Danny Van Trijp both on 16. Graham could move on to 16. The winner of this game will move on to 16 points and joint level with the top 2 players in this Group A. And for Carolissen, he could very quickly see himself out of the mix here.
First
he
leg,
was
it's
top of the
Graham to
table
throw
overnight.
first. Game on.
But if he loses this one, the likelihood is he's going to find himself 4 points adrift of the top place player, whoever it may be. And
81.
there'd only be 6 points from this stage onwards in which he could possibly collect.
Yeah, he'll know that. He's that
121.
Yeah, he'll know that. He's that sort of player. It's parroting here.
119.
One of the things I've already noticed at the end of Monday's play, the last 8 games,
85.
7 were won against throw. Yesterday it was a bit of all touch and go, but today we've opened up.
85.
First 3 games have gone against throw again. I'm wondering if we're going to see a pattern of that now here in these first few matches. And if that's the case, Graham Jenkins won't be happy that he's got the throw.
He's making the better of the start in this game. He had to rely on a lot of opportunities from his
190.
opponent, Davies, who missed 14 darts and a double in his opening game. For Cameron, 2 from 8 on the outer ring, average literally just under 85, 84.99. Danny Van Trijp basically outscored him, outmaneuvered him in that particular contest. And Graham looking to do something similar in the first leg of this one. He's going to get a dart at double 12.
85.
Which just moves
Cameron
inside.
132.
Perfectly situated for another. Gets it, double 16. Would have been a beautiful champagne finish from Cameron Carolissen.
Game shot on the first leg.
Would have been a lovely shot to go on your little social show reel. Not to be.
Second leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
If Jenkins wins the day, maybe he'll put that little double 3 on his show reel, because that would have been equally as important.
Well, they all count the same, no matter how you
81.
get there. And Jenkins one up on the score sheet.
180.
Well, he's certainly been the maximum man, hasn't he, so far this week? Because Graham had 11 180s
140.
on Monday. And throughout the course of the group so far, he's had 18 of them. And he's now potentially on the 9.
$140. Graham, you've got 141.
So not to be this time. I blame Henry Deacon.
64 left.
Mentioning he was on the 9. The whole world knew he was on a 9. He knew he was on a 9.
140.
On the previous leg, Cameron left himself on a double after 9 darts and nearly never got a go because Van Trijp nearly took out the 170. He's not going to do back.
16.
But this for 2-zip.
$12. Cameron, you require 40.
Is Jenkins going to be punished here? Back-to-back 180s against the throw is exactly where you would choose for them to be. This is to hold from...
Game
Oh,
shown
it's
second
big,
leg.
big
Cameron
gasp from
Carolissen.
Carolissen there to hold throw.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Lovely thing about Graham, I think he's that laid back. I don't think he will worry about that now. That'll be gone. He'll know he's playing well and he'll try and
60.
get another opportunity. But what you've got to do is concentrate on holding your own throw here. Well, that's what his dad would tell him anyway.
Well, both players really are matching it up to one another. A couple of legs
50.
in, 99 and 93, the respective averages of the pair.
Yeah, we feared it could all get a bit
100.
nervy, but maybe it'd go the other way and we're going to see lots of freedom throwing and everybody really trying to duff one another up and going hell for leather at it, which would be
85.
far more interesting for us to watch. Although it does put you on the edge of the seat when it gets a bit nervy.
81.
We've all been there. We've all felt that. I can assure you. And it's what makes you as a player as well, those big nervy moments. When you come through them, it's kind of a bit of relief and a bit of, well, I held my bottle there.
It's not always going to be as easy as rocking up and blowing away the
61.
opposition. Sometimes you've got to fight and go after what you want to get out of this game.
No, exactly right. And sometimes a double one in a big moment is much harder to hit than a 164 on the ball in another moment. It's really strange how the mind plays with the game and the way the game is played.
100.
I think it's probably one of the biggest mind games, maybe apart from chess, but that's not sport, is it?
97.
But yeah, it's one of those sports where just so technical between the ears.
Remember a top player saying, I can't remember the name of the player, but they said it was around about, he reckons about 70%
Graham, you require
of the sport is
103.
mental, 30% the actual throwing of the dart.
I'd say the other. I think it's the other way. I think it's about 75% is about throwing the dart
47.
and knowing that you can do tons when
Cameron,
your
you require
opponent's doing
101.
tons and this, that, and the other. But I reckon that last 25% is the hardest bit to get right. And some days you get it right up to 90%, and another day you get it right to 78%. And the 78% days
77.
not very often gets
Graham,
you away
require
with anything,
56.
particularly against a player like-minded of yourself.
Well, a huge exchange coming up here.
36.
Jenkins has missed one at tops,
Cameron,
one at
require
10s to go
24.
2 and up. And Carolissen has 3 at double 12 to get a crucial break.
And with his double stats, you don't expect him to miss.
Game show on the third.
And that's
leg.
why when you're up round
Cameron
40%,
Carolissen.
that means you're visiting with 3 darts in your hand and not missing.
Full flag, it's
And
Cameron to
Carolissen
throw
has had
first.
a little thing where he keeps getting it that last dart. It started midway through yesterday. And it's now continuing today.
42.
And before you know it, Graham Jenkins had a chance to break and go 2-0. Missed the chance to break. Carolissen goes 1-1 and has now broken the Jenkins throw himself. Very telling moment, that second leg.
And how that small moment
134.
could make a major difference when it comes to the complexion of this group, when it comes to the end of the day's play, it comes to the
45.
end of the day's action.
And it's not just what it does to you on the scoreboard, it's what it does to you between your ears. That's the biggest place that it hits you and hurts you.
$39. $100.
Jenkins has got to be in attack mode now.
Is Carolissen beginning to make his move? That
140.
140 needs him on a finish. He got the break in the previous leg, now looking to back it up and open up a 2-leg gap in this match. But when you've got the 180 prowess of Graham Jenkins, you are never out of a leg.
And it is a 180 prowess, and the way that he sticks those on a pinhead, brilliant.
57. Graham, you require 95. 39. Cameron, you require 89.
So 89 for Carolissen to move 2 legs clear and needing just 1 more to win the contest. 20 for Bull. Bullseye it is.
40.
Slightly over pitch, so is that the adrenaline rushing through the veins of Carolissen? Beautiful marker.
16.
Oh, just caught the wrong side of the dart, didn't it? Carolissen here. Where does he go? 17 or 9? Looks like he's going 17.
Game shot on the 4th.
Yeah, nicely finished.
Cameron
And once
Carolissen.
again, these doubling stats of Carolissen
5th leg
are
is
showing
to throw first.
that they
Game
are
on.
as true as they are written on the paper.
So 1 away for a win, which puts it back on
134.
track, puts it back on 16 points. Raymond Smith would then take on David Davies, and Danny Van Trijp would take on Per Riihonen in the final match of the second round of fixtures for the day.
81. $97. $140. 60. $60. 44.
We're coming towards the climax of the game. It has gone into a bit of a lull, hasn't it?
56.
The averages have dropped off a little as we're getting closer to the finish line. Is that going to be a pattern we see today?
49. Cameron require 164.
Well, I think both players know the significance of this game, particularly for Graham, because he knows he has to run through the card probably to win the group. And this defeat would probably
100.
spell the end
Graham,
of
you require
things.
117.
And so this might well be his whole group on the line here, but he's not going to find the
57. Cameron require
117. And so Carolissen back for 64 to complete a 4-1 victory. 888 leaves double top. And now double 10. To claim a 4-1 win, which is seismic for him and absolutely gut-wrenching for Graham Jenkins, because that is probably the defeat which sparks the end of his Group A fire, and it may well also be the result which could condemn him to Group C. Really good display from Cameron at the beginning of the game, just tailed off a bit towards the end. 4-1 win puts him on to 16. Next up, Raymond Smith against David Davies. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carolissen got the better of Graham Jenkins by 4 legs to 1. Game number 5 is a meeting between David Davies and Raymond Smith. The pair are seemingly going to be in different groups come the end of the week. For Raymond, he can move to the top of the table onto 18 points, depending on the margin of victory here. Well, because of the margin of victory, but you move on to 2 points clear, one of Carolissen. Then Daniel Van Trijp would have the opportunity to move on to 18 if he was then to get the better of Riihonen in match number 6 of the day. But this game number 5 between Smith and Davies, and for Ray, that was just a real professional job, wasn't it, against pair. Average of 98.5, 3 180s, 4 from 8 on his doubles. There was not much not to like, really, from that performance from Raymondo.
No, not at all. But the thing is,
First leg, it's
from the
Raymond
earlier
to throw
performance
first.
of David Davis, and yesterday,
Game on.
yesterday he didn't pick up a win at all, David Davis, and I just can't see that happening today. I believe he will pick up 2 or 3 wins today. He's just got to win that first one again. He's got to get back on the bike and win one. And there's no better place to start maybe than
100.
here in a game where he can throw with absolute freedom, because Ray has started to be the standout player. The end of today and the end of yesterday and start of today.
125.
So David knows that he's got to produce his A game here if he's going to get close. He's under no pressure for any position in groups. It's a bit of a free roll. You're now wanting to prove to the others that are watching. Everybody has a little look at Wednesday. See who's going to drop into their group. It's now a chance for David Davis, to be that guy that has a good finish to the day and provides himself a good platform to start
60.
tomorrow.
Well, we know of his ability. Everybody knows of his ability. And I think one of the things that I had a little chat with David this morning, and he said he's felt like because of his previous successes in this building and some of the things that he's doing now, representing his country, that when players play against him, he feels like they're beginning to up their game because they know the quality that he has got.
140.
Yeah, and that's another point in the game where you get to with your standing within the game. You know, the parts you have to learn when you start off and you're playing
45.
local league, and you start getting the best in your league, and then you head off to the Super League, and then you start getting to be one of the best players, and you start getting hunted down a little bit, and then you start with county, you get to being one of the best county players in your county, and then it goes on. And now David's passed all that. He's now an international player. We've seen him have. He's great in a Welsh shirt. There's no two ways about it. And people know what they're coming up against now. He's come through the ranks and he's not catching anybody out. He's not catching anybody by surprise. And you could say that about a lot of players. But now he's having to deal with the fact that everybody knows who
69.
he is. And they turn up with their top game against him.
Well, he's no longer that unknown quantity, is he, that perhaps he was around about a couple of years ago. Very much established name. Looking for a third Champions Week. That's how good
97.
he is.
Raymond Javaquire, 32.
Opportunity missed there for Ray. He was almost imperious on his doubles in his first game. 4 from 8. He's presented a chance for David to miss 14 darts at a double in his opening match against Graham Jenkins, but he's not going to miss that one.
Leg. David,
Maybe the balls are reversing.
This is the type of thing that I'm talking about.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
And it goes on through your whole dart in life. So the more times that he's on here, the more times that he's seen on the big screen, it's going to happen to David Davis. People are going to bring their A game against him. So you imagine what it feels like if you're Luke Littler, Luke Humphreys,
58.
whatever, and you're playing exhibitions up and down the country. Sometimes the throws aren't quite perfect that you're playing on. The conditions of the throws in the back room are a little bit different, and then you come out onto the main stage.
100.
You can't quibble about it. You can't go, hang on, all the throws are wrong here because you've lost some local guy who is absolutely playing their world here and probably never play like that against you again.
95.
They don't all come up and crumble against you. Some of them stand up to the task.
Indeed they do. For Ray, he's kind of taken on all comers back home in Australia, having a very good season
97.
on the newly incepted ADA Tour. Top player from that gets a direct qualification through to the World Championship in December.
39.
He's actually one of those players that, a bit like Connor Scott last year, it's got a bit of a decision to make as to whether it is Lakey or Pally. Lakeside or Alexandra Palace.
123. $40. Raymond, you require 141.
Just to tell you, that 9 is just how many darts Ray's thrown, not a graphic to tell you that he was on a 9, having left 141.
$99. Raymond,
Ray's had a reaction, hasn't he, to losing that first leg. And this is the reaction. 14 for double 16. Another one of those.
Game
Lovely
on the
jubbly.
second leg. Raymond Smith.
David Davies
Third leg,
sat
it's
on the
Raymond to throw
170.
first. Game on.
Smith not really allowing that to go to a risk of letting him have a go. Double to finish. I think shows where Ray is
100.
in his mindset at this particular moment. He's in the Australian mindset. No worries, mate. I've got one. I'll just hit another.
Absolutely. Taking it as it
85.
comes. His numbers have been very consistent as well throughout the course of the week. Yesterday, 89.87 was his overall daily average. It was the best of anybody in the group. 19 hits and 62 attempts on his
100.
doubles. That equated to a number of 30%. He had 9 180s, 3 ton plus checkouts yesterday. He was the player that made the significant move on moving day. And that has put him in a position where he's now so dangerous for everybody else.
Yes, indeed. I've just noticed something about the way that he sets up, where he stands. It looks like he balances on his front foot.
140.
And as his back foot, he just has, his toes on the floor, but it's very close to his front foot. It's a very unusual stance, considering
60.
that Ray's body movement, there's no body movement at all.
61.
I'm sure we'll get a shot of that at some point that we can have a look at.
137.
But it's just no body movement from Ray at all.
Raymond
So
required.
2 12s left after 12, and this to move in 2-1 to the good. He's playing a step beyond today. If we thought yesterday was good, today is seemingly
shown the
better. That's a
third
14
leg.
darts.
Raymond
Average just
Smith.
under 95 in this game. That's despite the
Fourth
5
leg,
missed
it's
darts and a
David
double.
to throw first. Game on.
Showing exactly why he's the best player at the minute, seemingly down under.
140.
And showing us why he picked up that Series 2 title, getting the better of Matt Clark in the final.
So when we see him taking his time on the first dart, we think he's trying to hold the dart right or whatever. He's not. He's using his
100.
back foot. He's getting his back foot balance right before he even attempts to let the dart leave. It's a really...
100.
So he walks in, gets sideways on, and you can see him just tapping his toe to make sure the balance is right, because he is leaning forward on the outside of his front foot. So the inside of his front foot
60.
is also slightly off the ground, his shoe. So he gets that balance point right and then makes sure his back foot is in the right place, and he taps his toe to make sure the balance point is right.
180.
Well, credit has to go where credit's due to David Davies, because he's been pulled from pillar to post this week, but still fighting and scrapping away.
100.
Leaving himself an
David
81
required
after
81.
9 to square this game up at 2-2, and he's got plenty of time to do exactly that. It's double 12, potential 11 darter in the offing here. 11 darter got, and a level game we have, 2-2.
David Davies. Fifth leg, it's Raymond.
It's
to
just
throw
like
first.
Ray Smith has picked
Game
up the kitchen sink, thrown it at David Davis. He's now caught the sink, just placed it on the floor beside him quietly and said, "You can keep throwing that at me. I'm coming with you."
80.
Oh, Robin Hood. Right into the stem as well. Which gives David actually an opportunity to really attack the
100.
Raymond Smith throw. A couple of trebles there, he really would have been in business.
$60.
And that 11 darter from Davies is just
130.
kind of thrown Ray off the scent a little here. And there's our leg by leg. 18, 15, 14, 11.
129.
Tidy old matchup.
$85.
That's a really unfortunate deflection for Davies there. He didn't throw that there. That was one off the flight.
$140.
Back comes Smith. Absolutely riveting game to watch, this one.
Yeah, it's been an absolute corker. Both players averaging 95.
52. Raymond with
And
192.
you've got to give credit to David here because he is absolutely putting the task up to Raymond. But Raymond at the minute is coming up with the answers. Finds another one there, finds another 14 data.
Raymond
and
Smith.
a first will let out of emotion because he knows he's being pushed right to the tilt here. And he's a leg away from picking up possibly 2 priceless points.
And he knows he's in the position as well that he's got to win 1 from 2 legs.
134.
Whereas David Davies now knows he's got to win 2 from 2. No room for error whatsoever.
$100. $100.
That was a nice little shot there of Owen Binks in action.
$85.
Yeah, one of our very best officials.
Yeah, I'll back that up. Absolutely. Going places, that young man within the sport.
Yeah, he's literally going to America at the weekend. Yeah, one of the very best
140.
is Binksy,
127.
Grimy, insert other nicknames. 127 to level this game and take us all the way. Not to be for David Davies on this particular occasion.
$87.
Tied it up nicely, and you feel that Ray needs a 140 here to pressure this, or we're going all the way.
100. David, it require 40.
So it's double top for David Davies to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Could be yet another 14 data in this game if you found that second dart. And the fact he hasn't found it at all means that this game could be over in a couple of moments' time, and you wouldn't put something like this past Raymond Smith. His combination finishing has been nothing short of exemplary. Double 4, and David Davies is expectant. He's going to get another look.
David, it require 5.
David Davies was not a million miles away from those doubles.
No score. Raymond, you require 8.
Raymond Smith moves to the top of the table and moves on to 18 points with a 4-2 victory over David Davies. The Guru is very much making his move and he's playing a level above today. Average just under 96, 4 from 11 on his doubles. He is playing like the former champion that we know. Coming up next, Danny Van Trijp takes on Perrier, and Danny looking to keep tabs with Ray.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Raymond Smith made it 2 wins out of 2 on this Wednesday with a 4-2 victory over David Davies. Average just under 96, 4 from 11 on his doubles. Moves him on to 18 points in the group. Danny Van Trijp could join him there with a victory against Per Riihonen, although the problem Danny's got between now and the rest of the day is a big issue in terms of legs difference, which could be irrelevant anyway if it carries on being a winning trend for the two players as we draw towards the close, because it would mean that game 13 of 15, the first game from the
First leg, it's
final
Danny
round of
Van Trijp
fixtures,
first.
would effectively be a
Game.
knockout match between the pair to see who will make it through to Saturday night's finale. It's Danny to get us underway.
55.
We didn't really speak about Per in the opening game because he was so severely outplayed by Raymond Smith. But actually the
60.
scoring in that game for him, he didn't get a dart doll, but the scoring was better in that particular contest. And he's going to have to play to a similar, maybe better tune if he's going to get a
100.
result against Van Trijp here.
Yeah, absolutely. You think this is a must-win game for Van Trijp. This pair is probably the
100.
one that everybody is looking at today to guarantee themselves 2 points. And that's no disrespect to Per. It's just the way that he's played this week
140.
so far. He's one that I think needs the end of the day to come, get himself in Group C, draw a line in the sand,
60.
step over it, restart from 0 and give himself another chance this week. And that's kind of the good thing about the Super Series. If it don't quite go
60.
right in Group A, you get another chance in Group C, but you mustn't take the scars with you. You've got to walk back in on Thursday as if Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday hasn't happened.
140. Danny, 146.
Well, certainly a better start today. Van Trijp hoping he's got 6 of 146, hoping that Per hasn't got what will
106.
be his
Danny,
first
141.
10 plus checkout of the week in the locker here. And he hasn't. And so Danny will have a look at double top to take
95.
the opening
Danny,
leg.
40.
Double 10.
30. Pay required 46.
First out a double today for Pair. He's
Game
found
shot on
double
the
10.
first leg.
And he's found a
Riihonen.
break.
Second leg, it's Pair to throw first. Game on.
Now, you may remember their meeting on Monday where Danny Van Trijp missed 28 darts at a double against Pair.
55. $140.
I think that will be the wake-up call that Van Trijp needs. Unfortunately,
140.
it's given Pair a kick up the what's it, hasn't it? And made him start playing.
38.
Well, there was, even though really the game was all about Raymond in his opening match, there was
59.
enough to suggest that maybe he could have a slightly better day today. If he could pick up this scalp, then you find it very difficult
61.
to pick out another winner than Raymond Smith for this particular group.
$55. $140. $60. Danny Eric 122.
So Van Trijp 1-2-2 to screw up at one apiece. He's going to get Lee to dart the bull. But he's not going to bed the bull.
Pay require 132. $48. Danny required 25.
So for level match, it's double 8 for Van Trijp.
9.
Well, that
They require
aching
84.
issue is beginning to rear its ugly head again for Danny Van Trijp. Missed double-itis is an infectious disease which is very hard to get rid of.
$72. Danny require 16. Game shot on the second leg.
Van Trijp
Danny
just
Van
in time.
Trijp.
Couldn't really risk
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Riihonen having any more darts at a double. Was staring 2-0 down in the face there. The former tour card holder
121.
needs to up his game slightly. He's getting dragged down here.
140.
Yeah, he's been making hard work of things at times this
70.
week.
$100.
Also, what this defeat would potentially do is put him potentially in a position where he may have to play in Group C on Thursday and Friday if he has a wobble towards the end of the day and Graham Jenkins finishes the group strongly.
22.
But he's got time on
Danny
his side here to
170.
kind of put the scares behind him and to move 2-1 up, 6 on the fish.
99. $59. Danny requires 71. $31.
Riihonen way back on 180. So Van Trijp will return.
82. Danny required 40. Game shot on the third leg. Danny Van Trijp.
Well, Van Trijp leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's
Having
pair to throw
pinned
first.
that double
Game
top.
Yeah, from 1-0 down, he's gone 2-1 up. He's been far from Trijp in the last two legs.
135. $140.
Well, 140 for Danny to pile the pressure on the pair throw.
81.
Played
60.
a couple of times at the UK Open his pair in his career, back in 2009 and 2010.
100.
Lost out in the preliminary round of the first round in his two appearances that tour, back when the event took place at the Reebok. Has played at a couple of
26.
World Cup campaigns for Sweden, played in the very first World Cup of darts for Sweden, did pair. An experienced campaigner, been around the block once or twice. And he's beginning to up it here, averaging 84. He did so in his game against Danny Van Trijp yesterday.
Pay require 45.
If anything, his one player he's enjoying playing against has been DVT.
Game shot on the
And he's enjoying it here. That's a 14 darter. 2-2. And that man there, you can understand the questionable look on his face, because there's a real perplexion about the situation right now and real trouble possibly ahead for Van Trijp.
60.
Yeah, you've not got to be thinking negative thoughts here. It's time to start believing in yourself.
41.
Riihonen's doing the same. That's the problem he's got at the moment. He's believing in himself too.
Well, he's probably thinking, I'm now beginning to fancy the task a little bit here. And he's probably not had that feeling many times this week, but he's definitely going to be having that feeling now.
140. $45. Danny Eric 161. $65.
The lucky thing for Van Trijp here is that Riihonen has hit 41 and 45 each side of that 180. Giving him a little bit of breathing space.
64. Pay require 150. $80. Danny require 32.
So double 16 for Danny Van Trijp to get his nose back in front.
60.
These are becoming real
They
issues.
require
2 from 13
70.
on the doubles. And pair could pounce. Tops of the break in 3-2.
30. Danny require 60.
On the wire.
Game shot on the fifth
That one's
leg.
between
Danny
the wires.
Van Trijp.
Van Trijp, once again,
Sixth leg, it's
dodges
pairs to throw
a
first.
bullet.
Game on. $41. $100. $100.
Just finding a few more trebles now in pair today, and in this game it's giving him more opportunities.
Yeah, it's a much better
100.
showing for him. maybe if he'd been a little bit more competitive like this from game one, we could have seen
82.
a very different situation for him. But as we say, he'll be looking to go out of this group
100
into a new on a high. If he can get a couple of wins between here and the end of the day, it would have been a good day, you feel, for him, and he would have felt it'd been a good day.
Well, he's hopeful that Per don't find another treble, but he does. He does leave himself on a finish. This would be some way to finish the job off, but Van Trijp isn't going to find the 161. All he can do is set up and hope that Per can't find the 138. He's done the first job.
138. $98. Then he requires 61.
It's one match start at double top. And in the end, after all the toiling around on the doubles, Danny Van Trijp needed just the one dart to finish off Per in. And a 4-2 victory for the Dutchman means that he is level on points with Raymond Smith. Still has work to do in terms of the legs difference, but he is in play. That's important. Graham Jenkins takes on Raymond Smith after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 6 games down on this Wednesday morning. Before the break, Danny Van Trijp got the better of Riihonen by 4-2. Prior to that, Raymond Smith beat David Davies by the same scoreline, and Cameron Carolissen beat Graham Jenkins by 4-1. It means that Raymond Smith and Danny Van Trijp are level at the top of the Group A table, both on 18 points, and perhaps interestingly as well, they play in the last game of their respective groups. That's in game 13 of 15. Cameron Carolissen, the next player, back on 16. Graham Jenkins is on 4. David Davies and Riihonen have been out of the equation for quite a while now. Game 7 is a meeting between Raymond Smith and Graham Jenkins. And a win for Smith in this one would not just strengthen his grip on winning the group, but it would mathematically eliminate Graham from the run. If he wins this one, he'll move back to within a couple of points of the players at the top of the table. But Van Trijp would have an opportunity to move 2 ahead himself if he was to get the beating of David Davies. That game in match number 9 of the session. Well, we thought, Scott, it was going to be a day where we're probably going to be needing to use our fingers and toes to work out the permutations, and certainly living up to that kind of bidding, although it could go down to that straight knockout match at the end of the day.
Yes, very much it could. But sometimes we do get ahead of ourselves here in the commentary box, and we try and predict and look forward. And we know here at the Super Series, you can't predict anything. We saw David Davies in Ray's last game nearly causing an upset by pushing Ray all the way.
46.
You feel this is another game that's come Ray's way at the right time because he won his last game. It's a good time. You love these games when you're winning. It's when you haven't lost a couple and then you start having to need 57. These games to stay in it, which is the exact situation that Graham Jenkins is in.
Well, he's not going to find the 150, but he has got 6 starts from here to take the opening leg. Has got off to quick starts in his games. And Graham got to a fast start against Carolissen, but then would lose out by 4-1 scoreline. That is such a typically Raymond Smith thing to do. Just when you think you've got a bit of a crumb of comfort in a leg, he piled in a 180, leaves himself double 12 after 12, forcing that tops to go, and that's exactly what Graham Jenkins does.
Second leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
I have to say, with Graham Jenkins, in the hole, he's been very good when he's got one dart in hand and shooting at a double.
60.
He's been struggling when he's had 3 in hand and had been able to stand back and walk in and have a look at it. And you start to think, oh, well, one of them will go. Then all of a sudden, 2 of them haven't gone and you've still got 1 in your hand and now all the pressure's on you. God, I love this game.
81.
It's the most fun yet frustrating sport in equal measure, isn't it?
123.
I've been up there and I've had times where I want to run through the board head first. But there are times that it absolutely warms your heart. And you think, what a game. I love this game.
58.
But it only does that to you sort of like 1 every 10 games in the big ones.
But when it does happen, it's the best feeling in the world.
Oh, it's like having a round of golf where you've scored over 120, you had 120 shots, and you hit a 4-iron into the green, 6 inches from the pin.
78.
You want to go and play another 18 holes. You forget everything else.
$37. Raymond Jivak, 102.
Double 12 for top plus finish.
Leg.
And
Raymond
Smith here is averaging just under 109.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
He's finding levels, the like of which I don't think we've seen too often for players in this building on this
100.
kind of consistent basis.
$95.
He'd be good once he gets settled in and the jet lag goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
81. $140. $115. $96.
So Ray leaving himself on 170 to get the
81.
break and open up a
Raymond, you require
2-1 lead in the
107.
contest. Not going to get Ashley after kicking off. Getting that 140. You expected him to maybe
40.
take command of this leg
Graham,
against
you
the
require
throw, but
124.
Jenkins cannot find the 124, but this
56.
130 finish has been a
Raymond,
bit of
you
a
require 130.
specialty for Raymond so far this week. Is it going to be a specialty again? Oh, he's chased the treble and he's paid the price of it. And the price could well
80.
be the
Raymond, you
leg.
require 68.
If Graham Jenkins can find
28.
double top, it
Raymond,
just
you require 50.
pitches above the wire, and so Ray is looking at 2 in hand at double 16.
34. Graham, you require 40.
First sign of frustration from Smith today.
Game show on the third leg.
And he will be frustrated
Graham
now that
Jenkins.
Jenkins has taken that double 10.
Fourth leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we agree, Graham. We agree.
Come on, he says, still fancying the task he feels.
140.
But the problem is, if you're going to beat somebody like Raymond Smith, you've got to
140.
match him leg in, leg out. Just not allow those odd off legs, because if you do, you're just going to get trampled all over.
100. $60. $131.
Well, guess what's left
55.
again? The little fish, the
Raymond, you
130.
require 130. $58. $140. Raymond, you require 72.
Jenkins there and thereabouts. If this doesn't go, another 16. Eyes up tops.
52.
Misses
Raymond,
it
you require
by the width of a wire. This is all about the first dart for me. That's good. That's good.
74.
And that's
Raymond,
close.
You require 20.
And so double 10 for Ray. To square up at 2-2
Game on
makes
the fourth leg.
absolutely
Raymond Smith.
no mistake whatsoever. And we are
Fifth leg, it's
back all
Graham to
square,
throw
2
first.
apiece.
Game on.
Yeah, Ray will be concerned that he actually gave Jenkins a pop at the double there.
60.
Like I say, he has been taking those with one dart in hand all week so far, but the last 2 now, since I mentioned it, he's missed. So you could say commentator's curse, but he hasn't missed them by much.
100.
Are you ready for today's Tungsten teaser?
140.
I am indeed. I might do, seeing as it's my last day, I might do a countryside teaser for you, but we'll see.
95.
So today's Tungsten teaser, the final nation's going to be announced for International Pairs 2, Electric Boogaloo. As Jenkins piles in a max. How many PDC World Cup appearances is there, or how many players out of the 22 that have been mentioned for the international pairs have played at the PDC World Cup of Darts?
174. Graham, you've got 121.
Well, that was all fast forward, wasn't it? Maybe be fast forwarding to the next leg.
93. Raymond Derrick, 132.
However, those
100.
big scores of Raymond may be
28.
put into the distant past if Jenkins finds double 14 and now double 7.
21. Raymond to require 32.
Double 16. Jenkins may want to go back to the distant past.
No score.
But he can look forward to the future, look forward to a couple more opportunities to make it 3-2.
No score.
A rare miss from Smith.
To require 32.
And a rare mistake from Jenkins also. Shows you the intensity of this game. Both players know.
Game show on the 5th leg.
No mistake
Raymond
from Smith this time round. A break of throw.
6th leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
How crucial, how pivotal is that moment going to be when we come to the end exchanges?
$100.
How many players playing at the upcoming International Pairs Tournament have played at the PDC World Cup? That's today's Tungsten teaser. Of the teams already announced. Just for any kind of clarification.
100.
If we had the... No. How many players have played? Because if we get to appearances, then I've got to look at tally charts, and I'm just...
100.
I'm not sure that I want to put that much foresight into it.
71. Raymond Derrick, 161.
Your tungsten teasers always have like a question within a question about them. They're so technical.
I'm just being simplistic today.
99.
Still never be as bad as the one that I did with Graham Usher, but we'll talk about that another time because Raymond Smith is on the cusp of winning this match. 62 required to wrap up a 4-2 victory against Graham Jenkins. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 16. His target has been the one, if anything, that's kind of caused him the problems. But he makes no mistake of that attempt. And he moves back to the summit. And he continues his absolute decimation of the card today. It's another mid-90s average for Raymond Smith. In the end, the average 96.72. A really good performance from the Guru. That the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, it is Cameron Carolissen and Riihonen. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We're taking a look at the throw of some of the senior slingers in the sport, Riihonen and Lisa Ashton.
I think one's all about kind of pace and feel, and the other's very much more deliberate when you look at Riihonen.
Then at the point of release, the elbow height is quite high in a really strong position. Whatever goes on before, as long as everything is correct at the point of release, then you're going to throw decent darts.
Everything seems to be that one motion, as you mentioned before. So when it goes to the hand, she just leans back slightly, rocks forward. And even when she's throwing that last dart, she gets the release. Always experiment with the throw because it's quite fun. I mean, but yeah, that is the goal.
Yeah, I've still never found anything that works for me.
Yeah, we got another episode of the Break of Throws series after the live darts, featuring two of the senior players in Riihonen and Lisa Ashton. So do join us for that once the live darts is completed this afternoon. Well, that is one of many things that you can watch across Pluto TV. Actually, found myself watching a little bit of Pluto TV last night. Was watching one of the Tungsten Talks. One of the ones I didn't do, actually, so you can't accuse me of watching myself. But yeah, that's coming up after. Some other programmes coming up later on. And if you want some bonus darts this evening, then we will give you bonus darts. The full session replay of Double Trouble 3's finals night will be available on the Modus Super Series Vault a little bit later on this evening. That's coming up around about 9:45. tonight. And that will take you through to the early hours of around about 20 past 1. So if you
60.
fancy some more bang for your darting buck, then that might well be what is for you. Anyway, game number 38 of the day is a meeting between Cameron Carolissen and Per Riihonen for Graham. A win moves him on to 16 level. Sorry, win for Cameron moves him on to 16 points. 18 points alongside Danny Van Trijp. Raymond Smith is on 20. I will get it right eventually, Scott. And for Per, well, he's just playing for places.
85.
Yeah, you got there in the end, mate. Well done, you.
What do you think will be going through Cameron Carolissen's mind right
100.
I need to win, I need to win, I need to win, I need to win. Probably. In that order.
100.
Because it probably is that point in the group now where probably that air of desperation probably comes into play, doesn't it?
It's not desperation. You start to target maybe, well, I should win this one. I could win this one.
60.
This one's going to be difficult. You start to pick the games.
$100. Cameron number
So Carolissen looking at 141 to take the opening leg of the contest. He's got 6 darts. He's going to need the full quotation.
59. $100. Cameron number 182.
What Per did in his last game was score a little better and kind of dragged Van Trijp down into his range, didn't he? On the average.
58.
And made him think about it a little bit on the doubles. And I think that's exactly what could happen here, particularly if this 86 goes.
52.
Well, there's no questioning that Per is playing better today than he has done all week long, but he's missed an opportunity there. And Carolissen, 3 in hand, you expect the leg to be over.
Game shot on the first
leg is over. 1-0.
Cameron Carolissen.
Still offered an opportunity to Per.
And Per to throw first.
If people keep doing that to him all day, he will take one. There's no two ways about it. He'll take one.
Too good a player not to.
It's not here because you can't play.
60.
The ones that can't play are walking by the place on the street outside.
Or sat in the commentary box. Hey, I averaged 44 at a vault. That's all I'm saying.
60.
Where have I put my knuckle duster?
$45.
No, more than valid point. I have to say. What I'd say here is Carolissen cannot allow himself to be
43.
Entwined in a scrap here. There's no time for thinking. Because we have a man here that's throwing with freedom.
125. $81. $101.
Super thinking and counting there from Riihonen.
58. Per, you require 107.
What can he do from here?
Could he? Could he?
145.
Reel it in? No is the answer.
He had a good smile to himself there, didn't he?
79.
His highest shot so far this week is a 116 and so very close to the 170. Can he tidy it up?
Game shot on the
Yes, he
second
does.
leg. Riihonen. Third leg, it's Cameron to throw first.
It's an 18 dart leg holder throw for Parent. The one thing that Cameron Carolissen has done is he has held throw well this week. So he does have that advantage in this match.
45.
And what we also saw in the game against Danny van Trijp for Pair was Danny was able to weather the storm. And once he was, which is ironic actually because his nickname's the Thunder, but once he was able to weather that storm,
93.
he was able to then kind of put the afterburners on and get over the line.
$80.
But the Thunder looking to bolt on this Wednesday here at the Live Lounge.
58. $60. $138.
So 72 left for Carolissen.
$78. Cameron requires 72.
And plenty of time to move 2-1 up, and maybe it is a case of that storm now having been weathered.
Game
because that's a 14-darter, that's a much improved leg. And Carolissen 2-1 to the good.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 from 4 on the checkouts, 50%. That's the thing that's seeing him in good stead at the minute. His average has dropped to what he has been running, down to just above the 80 mark. But averages don't mean anything. You just got to get the W's on the board in this situation, in this position.
41.
In the group. You're now starting to run out of games.
$60.
Yeah, he's beginning to up it, isn't he?
140.
And this is exactly what good players do. They can find themselves in board a little bit, but then they just find that little bit of quality just to wriggle themselves away from their opponents.
55.
Is Raymond Smith out the back, sort of peering at the league table as he watches this game?
I think both him and Danny are the types of players that
100.
will look at everything microscopically. I think Raymond will be the type that will work out every single scenario in his brain. But I don't think he's the type that will overthink that scenario. He'll just know, right, this is what I've got to do, bop, bop, bop,
100.
and then go and execute it.
Yeah, when I was in the room out the back, I was the one that wanted to put hits to the 80s on and get rid of the table. Didn't want it in there at all.
Was that because the table didn't look too nice?
180.
Well, I was slipping down it from the top at the time, to be fair. I'd have much rather been listening to
28.
Hungry Like the Wolf from Duran Duran rather than looking at this table.
Then you realise Martin Adams is your next game as Carolissen looks at tops.
Game shot on the
13 darter,
fourth
3-1 and a break.
Cameron Carolissen.
Yeah, me good old darts, Dad. Absolutely.
Fifth leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
Yep, sure we'll see. We'll feed back here in Series 12. It was good to see him play some
100.
decent darts at the Seniors Champion of Champions that we brought to you around about a month ago here on Pluto TV.
$45.
Very popular addition to the calendar that was here on Pluto TV. Sure, we will see more events in 2026. Do have a couple of big ADT tournaments that we got live towards the latter stages of 2025.
58.
We've got the 2 Tour Championship finals, the men's on Saturday the 18th of
83.
October, and the women's finals taking place on Saturday the 22nd of November, so a month later. And then the Global Championship gets underway after the last Champions Week of the year, Monday the 1st of December from 9:30 a.m. And we will play for 13 consecutive days. There'll be no resting on Sunday, that's for sure. Craig David wouldn't particularly like this tournament. But the first 8 days of the competition will be played in one gigantic session, a group of 7 players, one match between one another.
41.
And the top 4 players would go through. The second phase is 4 days long, double session days on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, where players then be put into groups
60.
of 4. They'll play each other twice, and then the top player from those groups will progress through to the Global Championship finals, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals being played in a session, and that will give you the
58.
date for when that is confirmed in due course. But that will take place the other side of Christmas. The full T's and C's will be announced on that. If you want more information on how the tournament structure works, then head over to the ADC website, dartcircuit.co.uk, and they have a detailed breakdown on how to qualify and how the tournament format's going to work.
$41. Pay rec 111.
Riihonen here with a good shout at 111. 92 now, treble 20 for double 16. There's the treble 20, double 16 incoming. There's the double
the 5th leg.
16.
Riihonen.
Riihonen, it's his second ton plus of the week.
First. Game on.
Well, that, a flash of brilliance from Thunder. A lightning finish. Ka-chow!
Wouldn't think
60.
lightning can strike twice, could you? But there could be a lightning strike in this commentary box in a minute if you keep that up.
Well, they actually reckon statistically it's more likely to be struck by lightning twice than it is to be struck by it once.
I don't want to be struck by it once, do I?
140.
And apparently giraffes are 30 times more likely to be struck by lightning than any other animal.
You got one of them in your back
81.
garden, have you? What a handy stat to know. Very handy if you own a giraffe, but you don't.
You're having a giraffe.
I was just about to say the same to you.
41.
Just joined us. Welcome to Nature Watch here at the Modus Super Series.
Well, I've got the farmer.
100.
And we've got a couple of flies swatting about the stage as well, so all we need is a pet goldfish. Although we do have a couple of ducks lying around. David Evans'
97.
lucky mascot still somewhere in the building.
We could probably have a pet goldfish here if you could throw them darts any sense down the fair.
140.
I'll leave that in your domain. But however, pair here ran off a couple of good legs just when it looked like Carolissen was just beginning to run away with the contest a little bit.
83. Pay require 120.
3-1 down. But that 111 has ignited the torch and ignited the spark. And we could be going all the way.
60. Cameron now require 140. $62. Pay requires
So
60.
for a level game. And the last leg decider. The way he starts sitting the board, this isn't too bad for him.
Game
It
shot
was
on the sixth
perfect,
leg.
in matter of fact. 3-3.
Riihonen. Seventh and final leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
We have had a player here who's been struck by lightning before.
134.
Kevin Garcia from Merseyside. He got struck by lightning once upon a time. Not in this building, but just in case the health and safety people are
85.
watching. But yeah, he's been struck by lightning before. But this a huge leg. 3-3 between Carolissen and Riihonen. Carolissen have win a move on to 18 points to feet here, and well, you'd probably say in all likelihood his chances of winning this group would have evaporated, because you just cannot see Raymond
60.
Smith dropping 2 games. He does play Ray in his next game, and actually Ray does play Danny Van Trijp in the last. So actually, having said that, there is half a chance, but it's a lot of hard work to try and make up.
Yeah, it is indeed, but we did fear this. We did mention this at the start of the game, that if Carolissen gets dragged into it here, Riihonen would not think twice about
100.
winning this one 4-3. You don't want to give him a double here. You want to get the job done.
If Carolissen loses this game, the only way he can win the group is if
96.
Van Trijp loses his next 2, Ray Smith loses his last 2, but Van Trijp wins his last one against Smith. It's the only way to be able to win the group, and that'd be because of a tie on points.
78. Cameron number 191.
But it might just be a hypothetical scenario, because he's going to get a look for the match. He's going to come back for the match.
71.
He's going to come back looking at double 10.
Yeah, 178 here for pair, and here we just trying to hit a 140 here to set it up. That's a touch unlucky.
42. Cameron number Acquire, 20.
So 2 10s for Cameron Carolissen. 3 in hand. And how many times have we said he does not miss with 3 in hand? He does not miss with 3 in hand. But if he finds this could well be his start of the week.
No score.
Almost.
136. $40. Cameron number Acquire, 20.
So double 10 for Carolissen to complete a 4-3 victory. Double 10 is found for Cameron Carolissen to complete a 4-3 win. He was made to sweat for it at the end. He was 3-1 to the good. Was pegged back to a last leg decider. But it is Carolissen who gets the win. Keeps himself in touch, keeps himself in the equation. And this is the tale of the tape. Carolissen 4, Riihonen 3. And it means that after the middle match of the day, Raymond Smith's top on 20, Cameron Carolissen on 18. Danny Van Trijp can also move on to 20 points. He plays the last game with a 3rd round of fixtures. He takes on David Davies. And if he does win that, then we've got an almighty race for the line in terms of getting through to Saturday night's finale. It is building up to quite the crescendo here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are midway through the day's action, and you will not miss a beat here on Pluto TV. Well, there has been quite the intriguing day so far. Let's recap what we have seen. We saw that 4-3 win for Cameron Carolissen there. Prior to that, Ray Smith got the better of Graham Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. And this is how the table looks as a consequence. Now that was the table at the end of the last round of matches. Smith and Van Trijp on 18. And so Smith for that last win moves on to 20. Carolissen and Van Trijp 18. Jenkins 14. Davies IV and Riihonen II. Right, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, David Davies takes on Danny van Trijp.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Interesting. Double 6.
Game
Now
shot
that
the
is the Phil
first
Taylor
leg.
route for 129.
Stephen Johnston.
That micro step to his right. I'm not even sure that step needed to be found,
Game
but he
shot
finds the
second leg,
130 on the
Scott
pull.
Campbell.
Fourteen lead tops.
shot
Tops
the
has
first
got.
leg.
Really would arrest the situation. It's under lock and key. Yes, he
Game
has.
shot the
Go tops. There's one. And there is another one.
He's going for it for a second time.
Game
And he hits
shot
it to win the
and
match.
Yeah, the final team is going to be Scotland, and the 2 representatives of the Tartan Army will be announced on Saturday. Those are players already in the mix from the 11 other nations that are going to be competing. That gets underway on the 25th of August here on Pluto TV. We are 8 games down at the halfway point of the day. Huge game coming up involving Danny van Trijp and David Davies. The situation in terms of the league standings is this. Raymond Smith at the top, 20 points. Cameron Carolissen and Danny on 18, but Danny can move on to 20, move level with Ray. And it may well be a case of them two players going head-to-head in the final game of the session, or their final game of the session, to determine and dictate who is going to qualify first through to Saturday's final. I mean, neither of them are going to be heading home. Danny's not going to be heading back to the Netherlands, and I'm sure Raymond Smith isn't going to commute back to Australia between Wednesday and Saturday.
Yeah, that's some sort of transport mode if he did.
96.
Something like Bill and Ted's phone box, I would imagine.
$50. $100. $140. $95. $59. $60.
This one taking its time to get going. Thank you very much, Danny.
140. David,
the touch paper has been lit.
To confirm it's been lit.
Licked. I said lit.
Danny,
Didn't I?
112.
Yes.
Oh.
Where's Van Trijp going to be licking his lips?
56. David, you require 60.
Davies then for $60.
40. Danny, you require 56.
Once again, for him, the double goes a begging.
$36. David, you require 20.
So double 10 for David Davies to take the opening leg.
Game show on the first leg.
Well, Danny van Trijp has been told he's going to have to do it the hard way here.
Second leg, it's Danny to
Yeah, and the
first.
kind of reason being for that is that Van Trijp missed that big number, didn't he? I think if he'd have hit that big number, he takes that out. It's that simple. The confidence is there. What he's got to do now is not stop himself by getting dragged down into
59.
Whatever Davies is doing.
But Danny's had a habit this week of really doing things the hard way, hasn't he? It's not been easy any step or any part of the equation has it at all.
$95. $60. 98. $140.
Maybe this time it really will be the lightning of the blue touch paper.
$97. Danny, you require 106. $74. David, you require 152.
2 treble 20s required here. Not quite to be. And he's on the wire. He's not a million miles away from these shots every time he comes to the board.
100.
It's just not
Danny, you
quite
require
happening.
32. Game shot on the second leg. Danny Van Trijp.
Trijp finds the 32 and he levels the game up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
When are you going to give us the answer to the tungsten teaser?
Little bit later on.
123.
Well, we have time to get my countryside
97.
teaser in.
Oh, we'll have time. Oh, don't worry. We'll have all the time for the countryside teaser. That is going to be that's the highlight of the day.
See, now you're being patronising.
Absolutely not. No one wants to listen to my
Tungsten teasers, you're
100.
right. Truest word spoken in here today. Lovely.
60.
Well, yours are very difficult. You can't just jump on the internet and get the answers to yours.
70.
So yours are very good, I would say.
And that is all I need for a new series of this to be commissioned.
60.
I want to know who's commissioned this one.
Me.
I was going to say.
$138.
And Davis in the lead here in this leg.
6.
Van Trijp needed something
7.
big. So 6 from here for Davies. We know he's been struggling on the outer ring, but surely this time round.
Game shot on the third
Nicely
leg.
done. 70
David
shot
Davis.
out.
Fourth leg,
Questions
Danny
being
to throw
asked of Van
first.
Trijp
Game.
here by Davies.
$81. $60. $60.
Well, we did say that David Davies could potentially play
100.
the role of spoiler today. Is this perhaps the first example of him doing this, and how this would change the whole complexion of the race? And it really would put Raymond Smith in the box seat if Davies was to pick up a win here.
Yeah, absolutely could. Searching for a treble here.
56.
So Van Trijp, 65 in front, plus these.
26.
Oh dear. Has Van Trijp hit a bump in the road?
81.
He's got away with it there. 80 in the board. Will he stay
98.
there? Comes across to the open target of the treble 18. Leaves himself 96. Davies back on 204. He'll be looking now to pressure the shot.
92. Danny
Does
Rick,
to a certain
96.
extent. Leaves himself 112.
56. David, you require
Van Trijp is kind of hoping against hope, isn't he, really, that Davidson's going to find a big check out. If he does, he'll have the darts win the match in the next leg. Number 19 will be the port call with dart 2. Not to be, and so Van Trijp free in hand at top to square this contest back up at 2 apiece.
Game shot on the fourth
No mistake
leg.
on the tops.
Danny Van Trijp.
And we are back level at 2-2.
Yeah, that was an easy
David
double
to
there
throw first.
for Danny to hit.
Game on.
Yes, it was just a 40, but with his opponent sat on 24, it can get a little bit overcomplicated between the ears and stop yourself. And just when you've had that bit of relief of hitting that tops, now in comes Davis and don't go away. Hits a 180 to open
96.
leg number 5. Well, at least you didn't say he was on a 9.
55.
Because I didn't fancy it and I was correct.
$60. $96.
So 170 left for Davies. He's still asking questions
140.
of Van Trijp here.
David, you require 170.
Van Trijp still trying to answer him. He's not on throw, but he would love to break here if he could.
$44.
He's only left himself 126. He's left himself rather vulnerable. Very vulnerable. But Trijp is countering.
150. David, you require 126.
Yeah, left the door open a little bit with that poor visit, didn't he, Davies? And now left himself in it a little bit. 86 left, treble 18 on the go.
58.
Now Van Trijp, 55. When he had 56 left, he missed a big number. Negotiated that comfortably. Double 10.
45. David, you require 68.
Davies comes back for 68.
2 huge darts, a double 4. Bends the wire with the first.
64.
And then fires inside with the second.
Danny, you require 10.
Let off potentially for Van Trijp.
6. David, you require 4.
Davies did look to the gods there, and we are in an old church.
Game shot on the fifth
It looks
leg.
like the gods answered him.
David Davies.
Hits the double 2. He
Six
answered
leg, it's
Davies'
Danny to
prayers.
throw first. Game on.
Don't think listened to Van Trijp. He's now got to win 2 from 2.
55.
Yeah, his Group A hopes could well be hitting a bit of a stumbling block, or a huge stumbling block here, if he is to lose this one. Now, he said that David Davies is probably the most dangerous spoiler out of everybody in this group. And he may well be playing up to that particular role here.
$95. 60. 47.
It's another one of those games where we're 10 points under the average of what we'd expect these two to be doing. And that's all down to the situation for me.
$99.
Not such a dramatic day for us watching on, but for the players, most definitely is.
100.
And we did expect to see a few games like this today because of the sheer importance of them.
Well, Van Trijp missed an opportunity in the previous leg.
Danny, you're
He's going to get a chance here with the 1-2-6 to take us all the way. Treble leaves the ball. Cannot find it. So David Davies looking
98.
at 137 to
David,
wrap up a 4-2 victory.
We know the way he goes on this one. It'll be treble 19 usually, and then tops.
Well, he's got the first tops. He's got the second as well. Well, David Davies has been waiting for a moment like that all week. And that could be cataclysmic for Danny Van Trijp. Because that defeat means he really is chasing the 8 ball. It means he's going to have to win his last 2 games. Well, that is an upset. And that is game 9 in the books. Next up, the seemingly imperious Ray Smith against Cameron Carolissen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 9 games have been completed on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, David Davies got the better of Danny van Trijp by 4 legs to 2. The first real big moment on this Wednesday. Raymond Smith's 3 from 3. Carolissen with a 4-3 win over Riihonen means that it's in the full charge of Raymond Smith going into the final couple of rounds worth of fixtures. He would move on to 22 points with a victory in this game against Cameron. A huge match. Danny van Trijp would then be left as the only other player that could stop him with a win. However, if Raymond was to win this game 4-0 or 4-1, van Trijp would not be able to surpass the Guru, and so the lineal champion will be bookmarking his return to Saturday, and will be hoping to begin the bookmark of a return to Champions Week with a big win there. So let's get it on. It's game number 10 of the session, live on Pluto TV across the UK and around the world via Pluto TV's website, via your smart TV and your smart device. And if you haven't done so already, download the Pluto TV app via the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from, so you can enjoy us on the move 24 hours of the day, 7 days a week in your associated Pluto TV territory. So, for Raymond Smith, the
first leg,
lineal
it's
champion,
Raymond to throw first.
it could be his
Game on.
first step on his route back to the top step. And today, he has just been on a different level. Average of 98.5 in his opening match against Pear. Average of 95.9 against David Davies, and a 96.72 against Graham Jenkins. If we were talking about a pro tour, we were talking about any tournament, Scott, and players were piling in numbers like that, we'd be saying
60.
They're playing well, they're going to be dangerous. No different here.
No, absolutely.
$100. $140.
Good last start from Carolissen there. He managed to squeeze that through the gap.
$100. $59. $85. $140. Raymond direct 156.
So Ray looking at 156 to take the opening leg. Cannot be done now. Remember, Cameron needs to keep Ray at bay as much as he possibly can. And if he can pick apart more legs, then more than it help the chances of Danny van Trijp in this group. A win for Cameron, because the legs difference is decent for him, means that he'd very much be in play, and he'd very much be hoping for a Danny van Trijp victory in the 13th game of the session. But Ray's combination finishing today has been exemplary, but he's not going to find a 116. So Carolissen looking at 52 for the breaker throw. It's double 16.
$36. Raymond Jacquois, 56. 36. Cameron require 16.
So double 8. For a crucial break, he's caught Raymond Smith cold here. He's got to take full advantage of it, and he does.
Cameron Carolissen. Second leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
Perfect first start.
125.
Fly with the third, though.
I'm not going to go down that's a flyer. I think he's one of those that uses the darts that are already in there. So he tried to throw that at the two that were already there and use them to guide its way into another treble 20.
$45.
Well, Owen, not just a referee, but pest controller as well.
Please, you added controller on the end of that.
140.
He can be a nightmare sometimes, but he's a good lad.
$60.
He's got the nickname
100.
Grime because he looks like a Simpsons character, but I get more Milhouse Van Houten. Everything's coming up Binks.
96.
He nowhere near enjoyed that as much as you did.
Cameron 120.
I'm sure. 120 then for Carolissen. Big turning points in the game. Goes across to the right. Opens the treble 20 bet up. Touch too high.
100.
Got it right with the last. So he comes back on double 10. Smith here to break 116. Double 18 with the last.
98.
Oh.
Cameron
You
require
can see
20.
how close that was. When that left his hand, he would feeling that was going to be hitting the desired location.
Game shot on the second leg. Cameron Carolissen.
Well, how the game could have changed in the space of a couple of darts. Smith missing the double 18 for the 116 check out to level the game up at 1 apiece. Couldn't find, and Carolissen backs the break up and now finds himself 2 legs to the good. But how about this for a riposte from
140.
Smith?
As you say, we knew it was going to be this tight. We knew that there were going to be moments in this day that made the difference.
$60. $60.
The way that Smith throws, he pitches the dart, trying to get line and length.
60.
He's under the cosh a bit here.
97.
Of course, because Carolissen got to 2 legs in the game, it means that Raymond can't win the group in. Now, is that in?
121.
It's in. One of the
140.
famous commentary moments, the Berry Vampire is it in segment.
$46. Raymond, you require 64.
So Carolissen nowhere near in this leg, and so Ray looking at 64, looking at 88. Now 2 4s. He is not happy one bit.
Game show.
It's a dovetailing performance.
Raymond Smith.
But the dovetailing performance is still an average of 86.
Full flag, it's Cameron to throw first.
That's the quality he has. 1 from 5 in terms of his finishing. But Carolissen, having got the break of the first leg, still holds the cards in this contest.
140.
Of course, Sun Kai will be here tomorrow as part of our Group C programme of fixtures.
140. $60.
Kai Smith will be alongside Dean Finn and Scott Bannerman in Group C. And then Group B tomorrow night, change to the lineup. Vincent van der Voort withdrew yesterday, so Robert Thornton's coming in.
100.
Alongside Gemma Hayter and Charlie Martin. Matthew Edgar is going to be joining us tomorrow for that and is going to be with us until the end of Series 11.
60.
He's a huge fan of the tungsten teaser. Not.
Taking that long to give the answer.
91.
I've forgotten the question.
Well, the question was, how many players announced so far for international pairs have played at the PDC World Cup of Darts? The correct answer is 9.
$140. Raymond Direct 170.
First one's good. Second one's good. What a moment this would be in the match. Oh, width of a wire away from Raymond Smith.
Cameron require 101.
Carolissen's still got a bit to do here, mine, to break him.
All of a sudden, the game could flip again. Or Carolissen could keep his cool and find a big checkout. Oh, that is absolutely sumptuous and absolutely classy considering the circumstances. Cameron Carolissen with Raymond Smith breathing down his neck has found a 101 checkout to go 2 clear and to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely exemplary.
100.
You name your superlative, it probably would appropriately fit.
$140.
And if Carolissen wins this game, then he'll be feeling on cloud 9. Raymond Smith will feel deflated, and all of a sudden, Danny Van Trijp will be feeling Van Dabidozi about his chances.
129.
Yeah, we've seen the 101 from Carolissen before. We saw it yesterday against Davies, so we shouldn't be surprised that he's turned it out again today, but what a moment to turn it out.
All of a sudden, Van Trijp and Smith could be absolutely huge. But obviously, that is on the proviso that DVT can beat Graham Jenkins.
140.
These two are 1-1 in head-to-heads over the last 2 days.
$140. Raymond Direct 132. 92. Cameron never required.
Nicely set up from Smith.
Hit this finish to beat Raymond Smith on Monday. Is history going to repeat itself here? Treble 17 does a go. Smith gets a lifeline, double top to reduce the deficit back down to 3-2. Just beginning to up it, which might be a cause of concern for Cameron.
Game shot on the 5th.
13 data.
Raymond Smith. 6th flag, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on.
Carolissen with the darts to get the job done. And the way that Raymond's improving in this game, it might well be the only chance he gets to finish this game off.
Yeah, momentum a great thing in darts. And at the moment, you would say it's probably just turning in Smith's favour.
Decent contest, as you can see. First leg a little bit scrappy, but other than that, it's been absolutely excellent.
Yeah, it's been top draw from the pair.
100.
Considering the situation.
He's just been hanging around that range all day, hasn't he, Ray? 96, 95. It's world-class stuff.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. Been outstanding. You don't sit on a plane from Australia all them hours if you can't chuck them in this room, mate.
140. $140.
Good response from Carolissen there. Smith is on the throttle pedal here, trying to do all he can to hit those trebles to get down to a shot out before. And that non-treble visit after the ton and the 140 has not helped him.
58. $105. Cameron number 143.
I do like that play going to the bullseye. Gives him a treble to double chance. If he comes back, he will come back. 64 left. He'll be across to treble 8s and 16 surely. Hits a treble 7.
196.
Not bad in the circumstances. It's all about Smith now and what he does. Can he get a dart over the top of that one? He does get over the top, but 56. Not in its design. And I think you can see by the way he threw that last one, disgruntled with himself.
And so Carolissen to complete a huge win and to completely shake up the equation in this Group A. It's double 16. 2-8, huge dart.
35.
Huge miss.
Raymond require
that
40.
Could well be the moment where things slide back into Raymond Smith's favour to take us all the way to get the break back, and he has the darts in the last, and he's just beginning to improve. Was that the chance of Carolissen that has come and gone?
Game on.
Now, if I was Ray Smith stood in that situation and I was stood behind Carolissen when he's done that, I would then be saying, he's the moment's owned him. The moment's owned him. Get in there.
100.
I've been telling myself to get in there. But you've got to not go in there too hard, otherwise you don't throw with the freedom. You've got to go in there with a get in there with belief. And that's a great opening 140.
100.
And if I'd have just missed like that, and it's now me chasing, I'd be trying to convince myself that I know what it feels like now to have that dart. Get yourself one more. Give yourself one more shot at it and back yourself.
100.
That's what I'd be telling myself mentally. But this is great. 3 140s on the trot. The game's now on fire again. That one was a bit of a flyer, but he got away with it.
100.
Brilliant 100 in the circumstances, but he would have felt that could have been so much more.
$92.
He's himself on 129. Carolissen.
Yeah, the 19 would have left him on 167. Good move from Smith. Carolissen coming back here. This game has now just come alive in the last leg.
Bullseye for the win. Bullseye for a big, big comeback win. Raymond Smith showing exactly why he is the lineal champion. He had match darts faced against him. And then in the last leg, as Cameron threw everything at him, he finds a 129. Absolutely incredible. And that puts the group in his favour. And after a slow start, he's actually provided his best average of the day. 99.35, a 4-3 win silver, 12 dart leg. Danny Van Trijp and Greg Jenkins is next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Raymond Smith got the better of Cameron Carolissen by 4 legs to 3. Our 11th match is a meeting between Danny Van Trijp and Graham Jenkins. These two have a good old chat before we get underway. But for Danny Van Trijp, it's down to the series business, and his defeat against David Davies last time out may well be the moment that has changed the complexion of these group and his week. 4-2 loss to the Welshman means that he has to win this game 4-0 or 4-1 to stand any kind of chance of winning the group going into the final game or the final round of fixtures. If Graham Jenkins gets a couple of legs, then Raymond Smith will be confirmed as the winner of Group A. The Neil champion would make his instant mark back on the Super Series after a layoff of 2.5 years in this building.
120.
Well, that's a hat stand, and that really did come in and out of the bed.
100.
Well, that's free in a bed.
$17. $139. $67. Danny requires 62.
So Van Trijp looking at 62, and he's got plenty of time to take out this opening leg. Double top.
42.
Goes low. And that's been the problem, hasn't it, for Danny all week, hasn't it? The missed doubling, and it's really come back to cost him at the end of the group.
Yeah, it has. He gave up a few points at the start.
Danny required 20. No score.
And he's given up some opportunities here.
$36. Danny required 20.
Not quite to be for Jenkins.
$10. Graham, you require 38.
6 starts missed to win this leg.
Game shot on the first.
And now Danny Van
Jenkins.
Trijp is at the point of no return. Graham Jenkins of a hold would ensure Raymond Smith's progression through.
85. $60. $42. $100. $140. $135. $81. $100. Graham, you record 153.
Well, this would eliminate Van Trijp.
74 left.
74 left, and for Danny, it's all on this, isn't it? All on this 106. It all hangs on this dart at double 16.
90.
That could be it for him.
47.
Could well be. Which way does Jenkins go? 15 for 32.
15.
Doesn't go.
And he
reprieve for Van Trijp. Double 8.
Game shot on the second.
Straight in there.
Danny
no
Van
messing.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game
Fight for Group A supremacy continues. Although for Van Trijp it is hanging on a thread.
100.
Well, there's hanging on threads, and then there is literally hanging on to the
95.
top of a climbing frame with just the indent of your fingernails.
100. $83. 60.
The pace in which
43.
Danny's beginning to come up and down the oche is almost the look of a man that is absolutely fed up with himself.
100.
Yeah, and he's hanging on in there, but it's Jenkins that's coming along with the nail clippers.
100. Danny, Eric 141.
Well, he's not going to find the 141. It's Van Trijp.
45. 85. Danny, Eric 196.
Jenkins felt he got that one right with the last one, but just flipped off the flight into the 5.
56. Graham, Eric 195.
So, 95 for Jenkins. We know that he can hit the double 19. Which way's he going? 75.
Wow.
55.
He's
Danny,
gone
Eric
treble
140.
17, double 12, and 75 left. We've had tripod tops. It could be a masterstroke.
Game shot by
or
third leg.
it could well be
Danny
an
Van
invitation.
Trijp.
It was the latter. 2-1 DVT.
Fourth
Well,
leg, it's
Jenkins
Graham
kind of
to
cooked
throw
his own
first.
goose there, so it
Game
could have been more master chef than master stroke. Yeah, probably more Hell's Kitchen.
100.
Talking of Hell's Kitchen, Owen Binks has starred in a food program recently for
125.
Pluto TV, the Oki to Oven program, which is available on Pluto TV.
58.
And Paul Nicholson really does play the role of Gordon Ramsay well.
83.
Just a little bit less swearing than Gordon, let's just put it that way.
45.
Did we ever get to the bottom of where the lamb sauce was?
83. $78.
Well, he is hanging in there.
100.
He's left himself at a finish, but he's hoping that Jenkins don't pile in something big here.
140. Danny, Eric 110.
We're back at the huge exchange territory again. And this may well be it once and for all for Van
42.
Trijp.
Graham, Eric 180.
If Graham Jenkins takes out this 80, Raymond Smith has won the group.
40. Danny, Eric 168.
Misses the big number, thinking about the double cardinal sin. 16 for tops.
Game shot.
Oh, the
fourth
way he
leg.
goes again.
Danny
Van
Van
Trijp,
Trijp.
one dart at it.
Fifth leg, it's
He's
Danny to
getting
throw
a
first.
lot of favours.
Game on.
A lot of favours here, Danny Van Trijp. His Christmases are
97.
beginning to come all at once.
Or
43.
is it the nail clippers of Jenkins coming up blunt?
$100.
If in doubt, just bite them off.
81. $84.
Well, incredibly, Danny Van Trijp looks as if he may well be getting to the mark that he needs. Graham's had
123.
opportunities. We saw the failure to go 25 bull a couple of legs ago. The last leg missing the big number, not getting himself a dart at a double.
140.
And credit to Van Trijp here. He is just beginning to hold it together
58.
when his opponent
Require
was
8.
unable to. Oh, he's got tots for the win. Oh, and he's got it as well. And just about, Danny Van Trijp is hanging in there, but I'm judging from the look on his face. He thinks it's a task that may well be over. Well, he has still got a chance, but it relies on winning every single leg in his game against Raymond Smith in a couple of matches' time. Next up, Riihonen and Davies. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Danny Van Trijp got the better of Graham Jenkins by 4 legs, meaning that somehow he is still in the mix. He's 8 legs behind Ray Smith on legs difference, which means he'd have to beat Raymond by 4 legs to 0 to qualify for Saturday night's final. This game is a meeting between the bottom 2 as Davies takes on Riihonen. For David, today's been an improved day in terms of performance. Picked up that win against Danny Van Trijp, which is pretty much scuppered and derailed
Game on.
the hopes of the Dutchman making it through, or at least if he's going to make it through, he's going to have to pull off some kind of miracle. As for Pear, he's also had an improved day. Hasn't got the results that
80.
maybe he'd want to come with it, but it's been an improved day. Both maybe trying to get themselves in the best possible stead ahead of a Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, he's given himself a bit more zest, hasn't he? Going into that group. And maybe a little more
60.
Fear for the opponents that will be playing him, because he has sort of kind of turned it round. He's starting to settle in.
29.
As I say that commentator's curse, 30, then 29.
As you do. Anyway, Scott, you were going to give us a countryside teaser today.
Yes, I was indeed. Now, obviously, if you have a group of geese, they are called a gaggle.
41.
So what is a swarm of ladybirds called?
Oh, do you know what? This came up on the cricket the other week, didn't it?
It did indeed.
A Parliament's pigeons.
And I knew it before they even said it on the cricket.
85.
It's a murder, isn't it?
No. Only if you start swatting them with a tennis racket. And who would swat
59.
ladybirds with a tennis racket other than an unscrupulous person?
It's a weird name, isn't it?
I suppose it is.
45.
And something that you wouldn't
David,
think
you
of
require
as a name.
180.
I'm... Anyway, 180 for Davies.
It's one you won't have heard very often, that's for sure.
So it must be something positive.
94.
I'm not giving any more away.
I'll tell you what, we'll have another couple of guesses in the next leg. David's looking at double 12 to
60.
get the break
David, you
and
require
to
24.
open up a 1-0 lead.
Game
Double
on the
12 is
first
got.
leg.
Davies gets
David
the break
Davies.
and finds himself a leg to the good.
Second leg is David to throw first. Game on. $125.
Another thing I've noticed here with this game, David Davies has untucked his shirt at the back, but not at the front. Oh no, he's tucking it back in now.
I think he's realised it's untucked.
95.
But these two will be ready to go again for Group C on Thursday and Friday.
He looks half dressed, doesn't he?
57.
That's the look of any person that goes to the reception after the wedding, isn't it? Oh, I've done all the smart bit for the day. I'm just going to loosen up the tie a little bit, untuck the shirt
60.
a little, make it a little bit more cash.
You may actually be you hit the nail on the head in the mood that he's in at the minute. You may have actually nailed it.
59.
Can I have another couple of guesses?
Yeah, go on then.
A pretty.
No. Although that's a word that won't be associated with you. You are correct.
100.
Ever.
Am I hot or cold, though?
95.
I'm not even telling you. I'm not. You don't even give me a clue. So now all of a sudden I do one little teaser and you want all the clues under the sun to be right. No, it's not happening.
100.
Somehow, I think this segment's better than the tungsten teaser.
I knew it would be.
I mean, the bar wasn't set very high, but Davies now looking to set the bar high to win leg 2. 125 leads
They
himself
record
on
146.
top. If Riihonen cannot take out the 146.
$45. David, you require 40.
So double top for 2 love lead. Now double 10.
35.
Double 5 goes low. Riihonen back
require
for 101. Wrong side of the wire.
61.
Davies back for 5 to
David,
double up his
require
advantage.
5.
Double 1.
No score. They require 40. Game shot
And
on
that
the
tops
second
levels
leg.
it up for pair.
Riihonen. Third leg, it's pair to throw first.
Nice little ghost throw from Pear on the way back to the oche.
$60. $43. $60.
Is it a band of ladybirds?
41.
No, it is not a band.
$41. $95.
I could have done a tungsten teaser on players and how many other players have their nickname tattooed on their forearm.
Bam Bam, Bradley Brooks.
40.
Of course,
Phil Taylor, of course.
$100.
Per Riihonen, of course. Right there in front of us, which is where I got the idea from. Anybody else? Any other players that you know that have got it tattooed on their arm?
60.
Brian O'Man got something riddle-like on his.
Do you know? I don't
arm.
know actually. I've never looked.
92.
I'll be honest, I don't really. John O'Shea, the Joker. Why so serious?
$68.
All the
David,
players with no
require
tattoos
130.
have their nickname tattooed on them. If they don't have tattoos or a nickname.
$65. $45.
So
David, you require
65. Well, he's hit the bullseye, which is probably ironic given this game. Oh, that's just about straight into the 7.
No score. You require 127.
That's a right bag of nails there for David Davis.
Well, is this the spark? That could have been the
111.
ignition
David, you require
switched on for
65.
pair. He's hit the pull again.
That's a better dart at the 7, though.
61. Pay you require 16.
Double 8 for 2-1.
Game shown the
Eventually
third leg.
found.
Riihonen.
Well, after that exchange,
first. Game on.
we actually head beyond the 10-minute mark in this game.
$100.
Can I have one more guess? One more guess.
100.
Is it something like a brilliance or something like that for the Ladybird?
It might be.
So it's not the correct answer, but I'm close. An excellence. An excellence of Ladybirds?
59.
No. I'm going to have to put you out your misery, aren't I?
Yes, yes.
It's called a lovely of Ladybirds. So you were quite close.
85.
With pretty. But it was a pretty stupid answer. But yes, it's called a lovely of Ladybirds, and everybody in the countryside knows that. The same as you know, you need
81.
ID to go to Pop World. It's a similar sort of knowledge thing. And I didn't.
$95.
One day we'll bring back the countryside teaser. When, I don't know. Whether it'll be allowed, probably not.
Of course we will.
46.
A lovely of Ladybirds.
$135.
Riihonen leaving himself on 86.
100.
To
pay you require 86.
open up a 3-1 lead. The ball
61.
does not go.
David, you require 115.
So 115 here for Davies. 15 for tops.
95. Pay you require 25.
Quite to be on this occasion.
Game shown the 4 flag.
Nicely tidied up by pair Riihonen.
5th flag, it's pair to throw first. Game on. $25.
Well, David looks as if he's going to have to wait to his game against Carolissen to get his second win of the day, potentially, having beaten Danny van Trijp earlier on in the session. For pair, this would be his second win of the group.
100.
And both his wins would have come against David.
$100.
And if he wins it 4-1, pair could finish 5th. But it'd take a big legs difference swing.
60.
Takes on Graham Jenkins as pair in the final match.
$81. $82. $67.
Nice pick up of the treble 19 there for pair.
$96. $81.
Bit of shoulder in that one from Riihonen.
$131. Pay required.
Big visit from Davies. He looks favourite for the leg now.
Well, Riihonen isn't going to take out the 147. Not really been many great
97.
Swedish snooker players, really, have there? Double 16. Now double 8.
Game shot.
And it goes back. We go to 3-2.
David Davies. 6th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Oh, he's given us a bit of a stare. A bit of a Conan. The Super Series stare.
90.
Everybody knows where that cam is now, don't they?
$66.
Yeah, I know where Cam is.
96.
He's in the practice room, waiting for his match against David Davies. Cameroon, that is.
100.
Looking to become the second person by the name of Cameron to win a week here.
$100. $99. $105.
So Davies looking favourite to make this 3-3.
120.
That is also a good pickup from Riihonen.
So Davies 110 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
$50. Pair, you require 116.
So pair to get the job done. Looking at 116. Treble leaves tops. Treble not got, and so it looks like we are destined
56.
to go the distance.
David, you require 60. $50.
Well, it could be curtains. Pair looking at 60.
The Swede comes back for 60.
The combination Davies couldn't get is the one that's pinned by pair, and he gets a pair of wins against pair Riihonen. 4-2 success against David Davies, his second win of the week. And that was how the game was completed. Coming up after the break, we begin the last round of fixtures. Danny van Trijp has to beat Raymond Smith by 4-0. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Riihonen got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 2. Danny Van Trijp beat Graham Jenkins 4-1. Raymond Smith beat Cameron Carolissen 4-3. So we head into the final round of fixtures with Van Trijp taking on Smith. This is how the table looks. Now, Danny Van Trijp has to win this game by 4 legs to 0 if he is to qualify through to Saturday night's finale. Raymond Smith needs just a solitary leg to make it through. Cameron Carolissen has wrapped up Group B, so he's going to be with us tomorrow evening. David Davies and Riihonen alongside Graham Jenkins will be in Group C. So let's get into it then. This game number 13, a meeting between Van Trijp and Raymond Smith, and everything will be culminated and concluded come the end of this particular game. Van Trijp has to win 4-0. Looks very relaxed. I just got the sense, and I don't know about you, Scott, that kind of at the end of that last game, he almost looked a little bit resigned to his fate. Now, I don't know what on earth he was mimicking there. What on earth was that? Look, I think it was the water. He doesn't like water in Portsmouth. He is not a subscriber to the world-famous watering service that is Portsmouth Spring Water, which people all around the world have. I think he may have had a sour sip, and come the end of this game, he may have a very sour taste in his mouth.
100.
Although if Danny wins 4-0, he'd be the one giving Raymond Smith a sour taste come the end of the game.
140. $100. $85.
If you're Danny, do you
100.
just treat it as a free roll? Because the expectation is, in reality, you don't get that 4-0 win that you need. Do you just go out there, relax, and then maybe it gets a little bit more twitchy if the scoreline says becomes 3-0?
100.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's the type of game where the worst case scenario is you don't want to be targeting just legs. Otherwise, they can get away from you. I've had that happen here in this room. On this hockey, you target it and go, just
46.
A win here and a couple of legs here, and that's fine. And I got the couple of legs there. Didn't get the win that I needed to go with a couple of legs, and I was on my way home. With me Jimbo and bus fare home.
130.
Bullseye for the group. Raymond Smith, the lineal champion, returns to Saturday night.
Smith.
The King of Portsmouth is back to reclaim his crown. He's come all the way from Brisbane. He's traversed the world. And he has shown that irreversible quality. Danny Van Trijp knows that his fate has been sealed.
140.
Raymond Smith is in to Saturday night. And he's not looking just to qualify through this week. He's looking for his trophy back.
He is indeed, but what a nice touch from Danny Van Trijp there. Obviously, they both knew the situation. And Danny didn't give that up, by the way. Ray went and won that with that big shot of a 130. And if you are going to lose the top of the group on a thing, let the person go and get it rather than them limp over and you make a mistake. I think that's great. I think that's great. Good touch from both of them.
Well, there's confirmation of what you need to know about the group. Don't look so much at the points column. That's kind of irrelevant.
100.
It's the plus 20 that's the big difference now for Raymond Smith. So Danny Van Trijp and Cameron Carolissen will be back tomorrow night in Group B alongside Gemma Hayter, Charlie Martin, Robert Thornton. That's going to be some group.
57.
Graham Jenkins, David Davies, Riihonen, Dean Finn, Scott Bannerman and Kai Smith will jousted out in Group B in the night. And I've got to say, if Raymond plays like he does, like he did today on Saturday night, someone's going to have to put in a very big performance to try and stop him.
I agree, but the tough thing for Ray is he's going to have a couple of days off now. And he's got to play that first game, and he gets the darts, that very first game on Saturday night. He doesn't know who he plays yet, but what he does know, he's game 1 Saturday night.
88. Danny, 140.
Point to make in the next leg, but first let's see how Van Trijp deals with the 144. Doesn't take it. I just wonder the fact that Kai's here this week, and they have got a board up in the hotel room. Whether that might be a help for Ray. So when Kai's playing in the Group C, maybe just chucks for a couple of hours and passes that time, and maybe that might be more productive than maybe what we see from other players that win the Group A in the past, possibly. I'm assuming they've been practicing together over the course of the week as Raymond opens up a 2-0 lead. So maybe that could actually be a helping factor.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Yeah, possibly.
Game on.
Possibly.
$60.
I should imagine that's what Kai's been doing the last couple of days. I would imagine he's been hitting the practice board, taking all the opportunity.
Well, put it this way, he hasn't got a bad practice partner, has he?
100.
No, very true. He's not practicing with you. That would
100.
You'd be an exceptional practice partner, I think.
Why?
You'd give everybody all the confidence in the world and remind them why they play the game.
100. $60.
That's all right. When you see me in Group C of Series 15, because somebody pulled out at 12:30 in the afternoon, then
91.
you'll know. Nobody wants to see me play.
95. $138.
Well, Raymond's not just winning this group, he's sending out a bit of a statement to finish, isn't he? Averaging 95. His numbers all day have been
72.
Absolutely exceptional. This 72 for the double break at a 3-0 lead. Double top.
52.
Drags underneath. Van Trijp looking at 127.
$80. Raymond, you require 20.
It's double 10. And it goes 3-0 Raymond Smith.
Raymond Smith.
Yeah, nicely done. Do it last dart. No point in carrying a dart to the board, is there? Just throw them all up there and go and pick them up.
I've just had a thought into my head, Scott. You know how Raymond has got plenty of options for the end of the year, Lakeside Ali Pally. He wins this series. He qualifies for the Global Championship as well.
140.
Not too much of a headache to have then.
It's a nice headache to have.
Really nice.
$100.
However, if Ray was to do it and then qualify for Ali Pally and maybe he's unable and eligible to play in it, I'd like to hope that maybe the next spot goes down to another Australian qualifier just to give that extra little bit of representation. Obviously, it's a bit difficult, obviously, getting the commute and travel and things like that, but it would be good to see as many different people from different parts of the world participate as possible. Ray looking at 164 then for a 4-0 win, which would round his group off. He's got 6 darts from here, and there's no doubt he's going to go for it. Is he going to finish in style? No is the answer.
$80. 60. Raymond require 84.
So this to cap off the group. It's double 12. Could be another 14 darter. Raymond Smith, take a bow, because you, sir, are one of the very best anywhere in the world. Because today was simply world class from Raymond Smith, the Group A winner and the deserving Group A winner. Every single game today, he averaged in excess of 90. At times, he touched the ton mark, and he was untouchable all told. He is into Saturday night, and he is going to take some stopping. He sealed it with a 1:30 checkout in the first leg, and he's done it with a bagel over Danny. Next up, David Davies, Cameron Carolissen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Raymond Smith, who's won Group A, and won Group A quite emphatically. Many congratulations. Now, every single game today, you averaged in excess of 90. It just felt blockbuster from you today.
Yeah, that in my mind, the first 2 days, I put so much pressure under myself. This is what I've been playing back home, and this is what I needed to bring to Modus. This is what I need to bring internationally. And it just wasn't there the first 2 days, so I'm pretty stoked to bring it today.
You mentioned the pressure the first couple of days. What was that particularly down to?
From my perspective, it's like there's a lot of things that I'm trying to do. I've been have had health issues and all that sort of stuff. So I'm trying to bring myself into a position where mentally and physically I can deal with this stuff. And today just it gives me a massive shot in the arm.
Obviously, you've done a lot of stuff on the tour this year. Is this the biggest thing you've kind of played in since those problems?
Oh, absolutely. Like when I played the ADA, I've had a lot of guys that give me that those games, but I don't get it very often. I don't play a Gordon Mathers every week. I don't play a Jeremy Fagg every week or a Mel Cumming every week. I don't get that game, but everybody this week has just come at me, and it's been brilliant. And I don't get that very often. But to be able to respond to it as well has been, and not only be able to respond to it, but be confident that I can respond to it has been massive for me.
I can tell in your voice there's a lot of source of pride, isn't there, about this Group A win?
Oh, absolutely. Like these guys have been they're not only great people, but they're great players. And then when I played the last game I played, it was just. I throw 140 back at me and 140 back at me. I don't get that very often. And then, it is very, very easy to fall over in those sort of scenarios. But my grind, my resolve, my focus was brilliant. And I'll give myself a pat on the back for it.
And there were some big shots in there. The 129 against Cameron Carolissen, who we're seeing now against David Davies. And the 130, obviously, to seal it against Danny.
Yeah, that 129 was massive. You know, if I don't hit that, I'll lose that game. And then... then I'm playing Danny for the top of Group A, and if Danny gets a sniff of an opportunity to win, he's just going to put you away. So then I hit the 130 against Danny in the first leg, But if I'm playing that game to win and I need to win that game, the game goes a bit different in my mind.
So you got the job done. There's no pressure on Kai now, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to feel it more than he does. So I'm very excited for Kai. I can't wait. I can't see. He is such a talented player. He's such a talented young lad. I hope this is his moment now to find out how good he really is.
Just quickly, this is a very proud father-son moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like Lakeside, Ali Pali, and now Modus. Like it is absolutely. And then. Both my boys, I can't be more prouder of them. But, Kai's one of those ones that just took up the mantle and he's having a go. And he's earned his spot on his own merits. It's not because of me. He's earned his spot on his own merits. So, he's leading the youth spot or the development squad for Australia at the moment. I can't be any more prouder of him or both my boys for that matter.
Well, right, many congratulations. We've got a game currently going on. Cameron Carolissen leading David Davies by a leg to nil, getting a break courtesy of that double 16. I'm going to head up to commentary to join Scott Mitchell. Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, what a lovely interview. What an in-depth interview. And if you want to know how much it means to be here at the Super Series, you want to just have a little listen to that interview. And that's sort of fills us all with pride here at the Super Series when players come here and speak so highly and how much it means to them to be here and be part of their lives. And to have Kai here as well, obviously, has really made it special for him this time round as well. So fair play, Raymond Smith. You played beautifully, my friend. And, well deserving of topping the group.
57.
Carolissen here, 1-0 to the good.
150.
And it moves across there onto the 54, treble 18 to leave 170. Nice bit of counting from him.
.43. Cameron require 170. .96.
Turn a corner for Carolissen. Davies way back on 359.
79. Camera number requires 74. 34.
An interesting way to leave 40 from Carolissen there.
100. Camera number requires 40. No score.
Well, a few more opportunities spurred by Cam. Hi again, Scott.
How are we? What a nice little interview. I enjoyed that.
95.
Yeah, well, he speaks very well, does Ray. You can tell he's done a bit of the old commentary lark before.
Game shot on the second leg.
Has done that whole hitting double top lark once or twice this week. 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
Yep, chucked the javelin in double top.
Should be a good group that tomorrow night. Gemma Hayter, Cameron Carolissen, Danny Van Trijp, Robert Thornton and Charlie Martin.
95.
And the positioning as well is confirmed for Group B. So the first match tomorrow night is going to be Gemma Hayter against Danny Van Trijp.
58.
Yeah, that'd be a good game to open it up.
Followed by Robert Thornton against Cameron Carolissen. Charlie Martin against Gemma Hayter.
70.
You can see what I'm doing here. Danny Van Trijp against Robert Thornton. Cameron Carolissen, Charlie Martin. Gemma Hayter, Robert Thornton. Van Trijp, Carolissen. Thornton, Martin. Carolissen against Hayter. And Charlie Martin against Danny Van Trijp ends the night. Be a good Group B, that.
140.
David Davis's campaign will get underway in match number 2 tomorrow in Group C. And there'll be a meeting with Dean Finn in that particular encounter.
93.
That's a very British international feel. Davies v Finn.
Yep, Wales against the Republic of Ireland. Them
70.
two having crossed swords in Merthyr Tydfil not too long ago. Could well be a taster as to what's to come of the World Cup in South Korea in September as Carolissen pars in his third match of the game.
126.
Could have changed the complexion of this leg. $126 on offer. Is the 126 got? Yes, it is.
On the third leg.
Well, it's been a
David
week
Davies.
where good news has come in short supply so far for David Davies.
Game on.
And even when he hits something like that, he's not overly enamoured because he knows the bigger picture so far hasn't been great. But I think the one thing that he will put in perspective is the fact that this is just the beginning of the week. Still 2 more days to go in Group B for Group C for him. And who knows, a good start tomorrow, his whole week could turn around.
That's his 7th ton plus
59.
in 3 days. He's not playing that badly. He's just not had the run, particularly yesterday.
$81. $96.
And you're going to be departing us following the end of today's plays, Scott. Is it Raymond Smith's week to lose from this point onwards?
Difficult to say, having not seen all the other players. We've only seen 6 players so far. There's another few who feel they have half a hand on the trophy as well.
138.
I'm interested to see what Charlie Martin turns up. We haven't really seen so much of him lately. So looking forward to seeing him. We know how he ended 24. He was looking very sharp and tidy.
60.
So I'm looking forward to that. And obviously I'm looking forward to Kai Smith as well.
Yeah, we'll see Kai, the son of Ray, in the afternoon action tomorrow. 1 o'clock we get underway here on Pluto TV for all of that action as Carolissen comes back looking at 80 to open up a 3-1 advantage in the match. Well, he's going to get a dart at tops. Goes underneath. Davies needs to find the big fish.
David, you require 170.
He leaves it quite often.
$27. Cameron, you require 20.
It's double 10. Now up for double 5.
Game shot on the
And it goes. Carolissen is 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $140. $41.
Well, Graham Jenkins and Per Riihonen will bring this group to a close after this game.
$55.
David Davies wins this leg. Every single position in this group will be confirmed. David wins this leg, he'll be 5th, and it means that Per would guarantee a bottom place finish in this group. That is the last permutation that is in play in this Group A.
57. David, you require 96.
To finish 5th,
Game
David Davies has ensured of a 5th place finish in Group A.
Sixth leg, it's Cameron to throw first. Game on. $121. $59. $100.
Cameron's actually going to be playing in a local competition tonight. Him, Danny and Graham are heading up to a local
123.
dart centre. We're playing in a tournament.
$121. $177.
Well, that 177 means that Davies could well put us in a position where we go all the way, but Carolissen, they're going to set up for the 159.
85.
He does leave himself on a
David,
2-darter.
142.
Treble 20, he'll probably stay there for double 11. Double 11. One hell of a way to level this one.
$131.
Just skim the inside.
74.
So then, Cam, it's all about you. For a 4-2 win. Oh, it's going to have to be 13 and the bull.
49.
For 25.
Average of require 11.
We're going all the way.
Flag. David Davies.
3-3 between Davies and Carolissen.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on. $90.
Well, Davies hasn't been able to catch much today, but he's managed to catch a fly.
60.
Owen Binks must have opened that wallet again.
Usually Moss in there.
93.
And the modern day man around town is a little bit like Del Boy. He carries cards.
I was going to say, Mr. Binks is more of a pay on your phone type guy.
He'd have had a Filofax back in the 80s.
A what?
Oh, gold.
100.
I forgot you didn't know what one of those was.
What's a Filofax? The first time I've ever heard of this.
It's like a telephone on paper.
Oh, I know what a fax machine is.
No, it's not a machine. It was a Filofax. It was like you
59.
wandered around with it. It was like a little fat diary with a... Have you not seen Only Fools and Horses with Del Boy with one of these in his hands? And it had a nice little clip over. They were all in leather. They were lovely.
96.
Basically, it's like losing your phone. You lost everything. If you lost your Filofax, it'd have all your numbers in there and everything, but all on paper, not stored on a memory card.
59.
Microchips have only just been invented then. Honestly, it had little chunks out of it, so you could like have a little bit like the address book on your phone. Do you remember that? No, you don't remember that either, do you?
Well, Carolissen looking to wrap this game up. And looking to wrap it up quickly.
104.
But Davies has other ideas. Tub 40 leaves himself on 60. This 145 required for the win.
$89. David requires 60.
So 60 for the match for David Davies. Double top. Now double 10. Doesn't go, and Carolissen's going to get match darts now.
16 for tops, it'll be then.
It's Carolissen who keeps his cool and picks up the win. He gets the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 3. He's going to be in Group C. David's going to be in Group C. At the tail of our penultimate game. One more to go. Graham Jenkins against Riihonen after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of the day is a meeting between Per Riihonen and Graham Jenkins. Before the break, we saw Carolissen beat Davies by 4 legs to 3.
First leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
So it's Smith from Carolissen, from Van Trijp, from Jenkins, from Davies, from Riihonen in this Group A.
125.
Final game of the group. And whilst we've got a little bit of time here to sit and reflect on this Group A, Scott, just want to
70.
Just get your overall thoughts once again on Raymond Smith and the superb job that he's done. Average over 90 in every single game he played. I said in the commentary it was a world-class performance, and it was world-class because they're the types of numbers you see players punching on the Pro Tour on a consistent basis.
Yeah, absolutely, and I 110%
60.
agree, and I think that he's come over here, and what people don't understand is how difficult it is to travel from
100.
any country to come here, let alone Australia is one of the most difficult ones to travel from. You can kind of get the jet lag wrong, but Ray's now getting used to that and getting that right.
100.
Although he'll say in fairness, he started slowly on Monday morning. But he just got better and better and grew into the group. And that's
43.
what good players do. They don't let negatives sort of follow them around. They discard them as soon as they happen. And he's been able to do that on a couple of occasions this week and show why he was the class of the field this week.
So Raymond Smith through to Saturday night's finals.
140.
These two will be looking to join him through Group C. These two will meet a couple more times.
124. Graham, you require 66.
The lineup ends up being, you get the sense it's going to be a very intriguing Saturday as
Game shot on the
Jenkins
first
piles
leg.
in a
Graham
66,
Jenkins.
double 18 got, 1-0 leads.
Second leg, it's pair to throw first. Game on.
You got to say, Cameron and Danny aren't going to have it all their own way, are they, in Group B a little bit later on in the week when you look at the clientele that's joining Cater, Thornton. And look, we saw Charlie Martin towards the end of last year do some very good stuff in the Tour Championship, didn't we? Get to the final of that.
70.
Yeah, I played him also in the ADC stuff as well at the start of the year, and I went to the first one, and I played him, and he played really, really well. So
50.
You know, hopefully he's continued that on. And I can't wait to see him next week. I suppose he's been
86.
Kind of chomping at the bit to get here, I suppose, this series. And yeah, tomorrow's the day for him.
Yeah, really nice guys, Charlie.
22.
Really looking forward to seeing Robert back tomorrow. I think everybody in the building's looking forward to seeing Robert again. And Gemma Hayter, maybe with a bit of a point to prove after the Women's World Match Play. Very much enjoyed the experience, but just looking at what she's been posting on social media, she feels like maybe, you know, get back to Winter Gardens and maybe just show a little bit more. A slow start in her game against Valenciennes, pulled it back all the way, but maybe just a little bit of a feeling of what if for her in that particular
51.
Experience of the Winter Gardens.
Yeah, indeed. She likes playing the guys, though, doesn't she? She likes Green being lifted.
100.
And she'd much prefer to play the men from when I've last spoke to her, and so that's why she loves coming here.
57.
And to be fair, she more than competes with them every time she comes here.
Well, she's going to qualify for the Global Championship again come the end of the year. Possibly, depending on what happens with Bo Greaves and the whole development tour and the challenge tour races and other such things, could potentially sneak in an extra spot for the World Championship because Bo's doing so well on the Dev Tour this year.
57. Pay
I suppose that will depend on which way the PDC...
Well,
does that not depend on which way the PDC is most important?
So Dev Tour will take precedence over the Women's Series. So at the moment, Bo will take the Dev Tour spot, which would mean then the Women's Series automatic then goes and shuffles down a position as Jenkins opens up a 2-0 lead.
Right, I've got you.
It's an awkward one because the match play would have opened up a space at the Grand Slam, which would have gone to the Dev Tour and the Women's Series, but because Lisa's won that, there's extra spots available.
60.
A lot of order of merit jiggery pokery.
Got it.
All we know is Lisa Ashton's going to be at the Grand Slam of the World. Let's just confirm that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although, admittedly, because of Bo's form on the Dev Tour, may get an extra female player there.
140.
Because she's top of it. Only the top player gets through to the Grand Slam via the Dev Tour Order of Merit. She'll just pip Cam Crabtree to the post.
45.
Who sits in second position in that table. Of course, we're going to see Jurjen van der Velde there, aren't we?
60.
Because he got to the World Youth Final last year. We're going to see him next week at Champions Week, alongside Jan van Veen.
$58. $95. $45. Graham, your record 146. $44.
So Jenkins leads 102 to open up a 3-0 lead in the game.
85. Graham, your record 102.
I think it's fair to say that one player is ending this group rather more strongly than the other right now.
26. Graham, it requires 60.
So tops up then for
Game show the third
Jenkins, and he
Graham
takes it.
Jenkins. Fourth leg, it's
We're
pair to
wondering where these
first.
one dart
Game
finishes have gone. They would have helped him a lot more today. He could have been more in the mix.
$100. $100. $85. $60. $60. $123. $95.
Well, Pears left himself on a finish, but Graham... Wow, he should have left himself in a better position, but
32.
He's not going to leave himself on anything at all.
61.
And so the funder is not going to give us funder.
82. $53. Pay requires
So
79.
Riihonen looking at 79 to bring it back to 3-1. 20 in tops. Tops it is.
59.
Just underneath.
Graham, you require 133. $81. Pay required 20.
So 20 here for Riihonen. That's double six, a double four
Game
now,
shot
and he
on the
goes
fourth
double
leg.
double.
Per Riihonen.
Per Riihonen.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on. $45. $100. $81.
As we usually see with Pear grabbing a leg, gives him the impetus for a couple of throws.
85. $65. $83. $40.
An unlucky bounce out there for Jenkins.
$100.
Riihonen then on 133.
8. Pay your 133.
I spot was expecting him to go down and score 99. 134 is a slightly easier shot, but here we go. Treble 19 now for double 8.
90.
So Jenkins back on 262.
109. Pay required 43.
So pair to bring this back to 3-2. Double top. Now double 10.
33.
Inside it goes, and so Graham has an opportunity to win the game by hitting a 153 checkout.
65. Pay required 10.
Turns a corner and leaves a certain amount of pressure. All about pair here.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Pair Riihonen.
Hits the double 5 nicely.
6th leg, it's pair to throw first. Game on.
He'll want to close out the group with the win, won't he?
Yeah, would love a couple of points to his name.
Bit of momentum going into Group C.
140. $100. $85. $83.
Just beginning to fall apart a little bit here for Graham. It's going pear-shaped, you could say.
Indeed, it was going pear-shaped
40.
indeed. But Riihonen not getting away here with the darts. And you know what it's
58.
like. We've all been there. The harder you try, the worse it gets. You have to kind of try to chill and take a little bit of a level off it, of the trying stakes. Try and get back into a little bit of autopilot. Easy said when you're sat up here.
$55.
Well, maybe he has arrived once again.
Pay record 136.
It's actually 3 from 3 on the doubles. It's going to come back for a match start unless Riihonen takes out the 136. Here we go. No, we don't. And so Jenkins back for double 10.
116. Grammy required 20. $15.
On the wire
Pay
for
required
Jenkins.
20.
Riihonen comes back for double 10.
No score.
Oh, next door.
Grammy required 5.
His chance to level up gone. Can Jenkins sort this 5 out?
No score.
He misses the big 18.
Pay required 20.
Here we go. Double 10. 2 5s. Inside, and so Jenkins
18.
is back for the
Grammy
full 2
required
win.
5.
5 acquired. Double 2 required. And double 2 got. And Graham Jenkins seals a 4-2 win over Riihonen to round off the day's action, to round off the Group A action. Them two will see each other again in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So that's the final game of the group wrapped up. Graham Jenkins beating Riihonen by 4 legs to 2 in that one. So Jenkins 4, Riihonen 2 in the final game of the day. So let's see what has happened then on this Wednesday afternoon. It was a day which was dominated by Raymond Smith. He averaged in excess of 90 in all 5 of the games that he played, and he completed the card. He only needed 1 leg in his last match against Danny van Trijp. He hit a 130 checkout to secure it. A 4-0 win in the end. Danny van Trijp actually finished 3rd in the group from Carolissen, who had a dart to beat Raymond Smith in that top game you saw there, and that really would have changed the whole dynamic of the group. But this is how it all finished up. Raymond Smith, 24 points, the winner of Group A, from Cameron Carolissen and Danny Van Trijp, both with 20 points respectively in second and third position. Graham Jenkins, well, he was the best of the rest, really, and he will fancy his chances in Group C alongside Davies and Riihonen. They're going to have to go again tomorrow afternoon. So we now know how the picture for the rest of the week is going to look. Raymond Smith winning Group A and winning it quite comfortably. In Group B, Gemma Hayter, Robert Thornton and Charlie Martin enter the fray, and they are going to be joined alongside Cameron Carolissen and Danny Van Trijp. Group C will see son of Raymond, Kai Smith, in action. He's going to be joined alongside ADC qualified Dean Finn and Scott Bannerman making his debut. Graham Jenkins, David Davies and Riihonen will be dropping in to join them. So that is how the rest of the week is going to look here at the Modus Super Series. The final spot through to Champions Week will be confirmed in due course, but plenty coming up between now and the next show tomorrow. Breaker Throw is featuring senior stars. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then the live darts will resume tomorrow from 1 p.m. with Kai Smith in action there. Robert Thornton is back and we're looking forward to seeing kids return. 10 o'clock tomorrow we'll see him in action in Group B, and then it will build up to a crescendo. The lineal champion Raymond Smith is through to Saturday night. He's looking to recapture the trophy that he won back in Series 2 in January 2023. And the way he played today, well, he's going to take some stopping. Saturday 7:30 for that. From Scott Mitchell and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow from 1. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is chucking